Simp alert! Simp! 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 Simp!
Hey, are you independent? Do you not need no man? That's fine. You can always call 1-800 Call a Bear. Call a bear. Hook up with your bear today. Warning, this content creator will not be held responsible if you get eaten alive by that bear. Wait, crayons? Don't talk about crayons. Crayons? Crayons?
What's happening? What's going on? Kevin was right! Winter is coming and we don't have a man! Oh my god.
I'm done with life and it's all Jermaine's fault! It's always Jermaine's fault! I'm done!
What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and welcome to Colosseum Sunday. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. Yeah, I didn't have a stream last night, so I figured, well, let me do a stream today. And believe it or not, I have some breaking news. To start off the stream, I don't know even how to begin this. Evidently, Don Lemon and anti-ICE protesters have stormed the church on Sunday during their morning worship service. This is not misinformation. And don't feel bad. I can't believe I wish I was making this shit up. Don Lemon stormed the church along with anti-ICE protesters. And yeah, I know I just made a stream on why I left the church, but damn. You can't make this shit up. Don Lemon and ICE protesters storm a church and shout at the members. Can't make this shit up. Well, let's take a look at it. Oh, boy. Let's see. We're not going to start with that. We are going to start with... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me refresh that.
At any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt.
And one of the craziest stories that you'll see all of 2026, and we're just getting started, Don Lemon decided that while he was on live, he was going to film himself storming a church while they were in service on behalf of anti-ICE rioters and leftists, while breaking...
I couldn't make this shit up if I tried.
Leftist rioters in Minneapolis just stormed a church after Don Lemon erroneously accused the priest of working with ICE. What the F is going on? Just like Walls and Frey, Lemon is lying to spark riots out here. Lemon's desperately trying to be relevant again. So while he was live, this is what happened. I want to make sure that I play the audio here because
Yeah, this ain't a good way to make yourself relevant, bro.
There's a response here from Harmeet Dillon, assistant AG, and Trump about to deploy troops as they're all on standby. So something big is brewing in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Something big is brewing in Minnesota as a whole.
What's going on, Namer?
What's good?
You know, you hear some story titles and you wish you was making it up. You was making this shit up, but I'm not. Don Lemon and anti-ICE protesters stormed the church.
A church?
Yes.
Were they seeking sanctuary or what?
In a sanctuary, they literally interrupt a morning worship service.
Wait a minute. Is it anti-ICE or pro-ICE protesters?
Anti-ICE.
They stormed a church.
Yes.
What was going on in this church in particular? Any reason in particular they went to this particular church?
Well, evidently the pastor was pro-ICE. So because of that, they stormed the church.
And also Jacob Frey is on TV panicking. So let's actually take a listen to this wild, atrocious video from Don Lemon. To go into a church is so crazy. Take a listen.
The beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street and you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the civil rights movement was about.
This is insane. Okay, look. Let me be clear. I get it. You don't like what ICE is doing. I get that. But to storm a church and interrupt their services because of it?
You could have protested outside the pastor's house.
Say it again.
You could have protested outside the church, outside that particular. It's a priest, right? Or is it a pastor who's pro-ICE?
Priest, I'm not quite sure.
Well, you could have. This clerical individual's house of residence. You could have protested outside of that. You could have protested outside their office or outside the church instead of storming the church. I understand you can have a riot. It's legal to have a riot in the U.S., and I get they're still mad because a U.S. citizen got killed. Whether or not that person was trying to harm the ICE agent or whatnot, somebody got killed at the hands of ICE. A U.S. citizen got killed at the hands of ICE. Yes, they're mad. As far as ICE goes, my question about ICE is, are they conducting themselves by the book?
Good question, and that's a question that needs to be asked. But let's continue.
The civil rights movement was about these very kinds of protests. There's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt, to make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing. And that's what I believe when I say everyone.
Okay, so Don Lemon is bragging about how this is close to civil rights. And by the way, there's a lot of black people that literally disagree and despise people like Don Lemon, because there's a lot of foundational black Americans that really hate this motive to protect illegal immigration, knowing how much it does hurt the black community as a whole. But that's another conversation for another day. But here's what's crazy about this. A church, you went into a church and disrupted the service on a Sunday. Don Lemon leading the crowd, recording everything. And there's more angles here. Again, ICE crowd storms the church while it was happening. This is crazy. There was, I think this is a pastor getting disrupted. Everybody's walking in here. I'll fast forward it. I think that's the pastor right there. Mm-hmm. And again, apparently they were accusing him of working with ICE. There are people going up to this guy right here. Again, these white liberals are crazy. I keep telling y'all. But he goes and records.
I'm kind of taken aback, man. I mean, I know things are bad, but you're going to storm a church, really? A church?
This pastor is accused of working with ICE. I know they say white liberals are crazy, but let's not forget white conservatives are just as nutty. there's something called the horseshoe effect regarding their political views. And I would say
opposite,
Storm.
don't you mean the opposite? Black, white right conservatives are crazy, but white liberals are just as crazy. I've never seen white conservatives do anything well, unless you count, back during segregation and all that shit. But
well, they have their moments. Both sides have their moments.
Yes, both sides have their moments.
Yeah. So with that being said, I'm not surprised that some people go to this resort. Let's not forget, white conservatives blew up black churches, but that's another discussion for another time. But what I want to get at is, yes, they did. What I'm getting at, if this person is supposedly affiliated, is working with them, instead of protesting hard, do something that's non-confrontational, do something more effective. Going out here just making a spectacle by going storming a church. What's next? You guys are going to come in there just try to harm the people?
I don't know. Let's keep.
Are they going to harass the congregation? His congregation,
face, disrespecting them. There was foul language being used in this church. I mean, this is crazy. Look at all these people taking over the church here. So again, what was?
Yeah, if you're look, I get it. Once again, I get it. If you're anti-ICE, I get it. But this is not a good look.
The motive. So the motive here is the pastor going after the pastor, but the pastor is fighting back to a degree. Let's take a listen.
This is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So, but there were folks. I have to take care of my flock. Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech. And
Don, you're full of shit. This is not what the First Amendment was meant for. Stop it. Stop it. That's fucked up, Don. You're a piece of shit.
Do you understand what the First Amendment is?
We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world.
The Department of Justice is investigating the incident with Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Harmeet Dillon saying they're looking into violations of the Federal FACE Act for desecrating a house of worship and interfering with Christian worshipers.
So Harmeet Dillon is stepping up to the plate there. Again, this is just crazy.
Yeah, Don Lemon might be in some deep shit over this.
Speechless, by the way. Watching this, I'm speechless. So now you have the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Fry, panicking over reports that the Pentagon has troops on standby to send to Minnesota. And because Minnesota is turning into that, Don Lemon really thought that he's a hero. He really thinks he's a hero by storming into a church with a whole bunch of leftist protesters, that are anti-ICE. And I'll show.
For those of you just come in, you actually heard that right. Don Lemon and a bunch of anti-ICE protesters stormed the church.
No, he didn't storm the church. He was following the protesters that stormed the church. Remember, he's a gentleman.
He that stormed the church, but
yeah, he's not involved in it like that. But here's the problem with Mr. Lemon. First of all, what does the First Amendment of the Constitution say? Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly and association, whatnot, which means these people exercise their freedom of speech into violating another group's First Amendment. You exercise in one aspect of your First Amendment rights to violate another group's First Amendment rights. This is not how the Constitution was meant. You guys are bending it out of control. First of all, how many people remember civics? They took out civics out, obviously, so some people just intellectually illiterate when it comes to, dirty jersey in the house. What the hell? What the hell is this avatar? Does Louis' avatar have? I didn't know Louis had been to the Freaknik. That nigga. Anyway.
He just stepped out. Oh, wait a minute. That might be him.
Okay. Yeah. What year in the Freaknik were you at, Louis?
What was that? Oh, no, that was at Exotica a long time ago. But Don, maybe Don Lemonade wanted this to happen.
No, I don't think he wanted to happen. What I do?
No. Like, because if he go to jail, he get to have all the bussy parties that he can have.
Oh, that's true.
Wait. He a swirler though. I think he a swirler, ain't he? He a swirler. So
yeah, he goes home to a white man. It is what it is.
yeah, he goes home to a white guy, just like what's her name? Robin Robertson, whatever says from Good Morning America. Yeah, she is a swirler, but how he gets down, that's his business. But what I will say is, he just filed the protest. He's just reporting it. I don't think he was just involved in it like that. So for him to go into church like that as a newscast, he's protected.
He has to know better.
Yeah, he knows better, but he's on some. But this is just. What I'm gonna say is this. What I'm gonna say is this.
Right.
Yeah, Luis got a point there. What I'm gonna say is this, Don. By bringing up questions about the First Amendment, you were showing how both sides are hypocritical. Yeah.
Did you say by ass?
Oh, stop it!
By asking.
Stop it!
Show you exactly why I think that those people actually, you know what? We'll jump into that video first. I'll show you. I'm doing this right now. I'd rather do this right now. This is a man, by the way, a minority in the United States of America. Just got to point that out to the leftists. He is about to talk. So this is the America that we live in today. So we have I'm not sure. Let's just go with a man who works for ICE, right? Who obviously is a brown man, because they've been saying that brown people are being haunted in Minnesota. That's what Tim Wall said. Here he is telling a group of white liberal women that they're impeding with them catching a pedophile. Take a listen.
We're here to arrest a child sex offender. And you guys are out here honking.
Oh, they're not. No, we're pressing. We're not.
That vehicle right there is honking and impeding our investigations while we're trying to arrest a child sex offender. That's who you guys are protecting. Insane.
I'm speechless.
Pause for a minute.
This is where we're at. So I think that, like, people forget. Now, mind you, there have been videos out there where people, again, like, they're making their case. They're like, nah, Lou, you're crazy. They're violating rights. They're stopping people and asking people, for their names and where they're from, and they got accents. Guys, like, you think all ICE members are white? Think again.
No.
You don't think these guys that are from parts of South America, different parts of the world, you don't think they're doing this because they know who's here? These are the deeper conversations that we gotta talk about. Like, you don't think it's accidental that rappers from Puerto Rico got up on stage supporting Trump, or rappers like that know where they come from support people like Bukele, because they know who's here. They know what's going on. And so what gang members do in these parts of the world, if you don't know, white liberals, is they use the innocent as collateral, as cover. Right? So and again, this ICE idea, this is nothing new. This has been going on for decades now, especially under the Obama administration. There's so many different videos. So this is the part that pisses me off. It's like, yo, people really don't want to actually look deep into this. What they want to do is just be mad. They don't really want to talk about why this is even happening in the first place, and why you have minorities serving as ICE, because they themselves know what's across that border from northern to the southern border. They know where they come from, and they know who's here. So they're stepping up to the plate and say, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's a couple MS-13s, a couple cartel members. There's a couple Trinidad members in here, bro. We got to structure up. We're not structuring up.
So
that's why I think it's so ironic that this is the video that's going viral.
So, Howard, just to catch you up, a bunch of anti-ICE protesters and Don Lemon stormed the church.
Mm.
I wish I was joking.
Mm.
I wish I was joking, but I'm not. And I kind of agree with Louis. Maybe Don Lemon wanted to go to a certain area to get all the
basically
beef jerky that he can get.
No, Don Lemonade wants to increase his clientele for the Don Lemonade stand.
Oh well.
So people can have some of Don's lemonade for Don's lemonade.
And that's if ICE does violates people's right.
You gonna kill me, man.
ICE is wilding and violating. You feel me? We got to talk about that. But from what I see, storming a church, violating churches, yo, that's crazy. So let's keep going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to Jacob Fry again, to Trump making the move and him panicking.
Is that there are 1,500 active duty U.S. soldiers on standby to deploy to your state.
This act was clearly designed to intimidate the people of Minneapolis. And here's the thing. We're not going to be intimidated. If the goal here is safety, we've got many mechanisms to achieve safety. And the best way to get safety is not to have an influx of even more agents, and in this case, military, in Minneapolis. Right now, we have about 600 police officers, and they've got 3,000 or so ICE agents and border control. That they are now talking about deploying 1,500 military. This is, well, it's ridiculous, but we will not be intimidated by the actions.
So, guys, Jake Lang, right? And look, I'm not even a fan of Jake Lang. I'm gonna be honest. I think he does exercise his First Amendment right? I will say that. Let's go with that. But I'm not a big fan because I do a lot of things that he's motivated by are so anti-Christian in my opinion. He's going out there.
Okay, y'all get the gist. Yeah, we more. This just happened today, so let's wait a couple days to see what else comes out. But for my next topic, we got to talk about. There was a little cat fight the other day, and I know I'm about to get some flack and hurt a lot of feelings. I just don't give a shit.
I'm too preoccupied by Louis' avatar here. God damn it.
We have to talk about Pearl Davis versus Episcopalian. Yes, that Pearl. Oh, Lordy B, he's talking about Pearl. He must worship white women. Yeah, right. Anyway.
Wait a minute. The 6 foot blonde, the 6 foot redhead dealing with the TYT's little Armenian?
Yes.
This is not going to be good.
Yeah, they actually had a debate.
Okay. They had a debate. Okay. All right.
Before we do that, this episode of Colosseum Sunday has been brought to you by the Super Gynocrats. when Klingons and Jim Hadar have a baby. And believe it or not, this is actually now a real character in Star Trek. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show. And by the way, for the record, I actually blame BGS for this, for that character, because he's the one that made the tied in the Jim Hadar and the Klingons being like black people. So I imagine the show writers watched this content and made that monstrosity.
If you think that's going to be bad, stay tuned because down the road we're going to be seeing Klingons gone wild eventually.
Oh boy! But I'm not going to watch the whole debate, but just you get the gist of it by listening to the her opening statement.
Okay.
Shout out to Pearl. This is off of her channel.
What was this?
I don't know.
themselves.
Fair enough. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this debate, our main card, has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to mix it up. All right? Have fun with it.
Sounds good.
And who was first?
I'm first.
I thought so. Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women have contributed a substantial portion of the US economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible for nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping $7.6 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year, tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and indispensable force. Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's 16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly 58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's degrees. I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in.
Some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life comes from the quote unquote most highly educated women. Anyway.
This increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic.
So is that why we got all these women out here that can't tell you what a biological woman is now, or what a biological man is now? Anyway.
Violence, and that's according to the U.S. Department of Justice. Rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. Culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst University's volleyball team, having earned all conference honors as a senior. She later pursued professional volleyball in London. She could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional woman, but she didn't. And she could have been the traditional chaste woman living out her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism, but she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission. While feminists would have no problem with her personal choices, she has made a career bashing women for theirs. Critics often argue that modern feminism has weakened families and resulted in a lower birth rate.
Duh.
They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious impact of the internet, social media on modern relationships. They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging men from getting married in the first place. During her debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married. Her reasoning? Women are too fat and STD infected.
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that. She didn't stop to think about how they contracted the STDs in the first place. Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why, but feminism is not the reason.
Very good. Thank you.
Actually, feminism is the reason. But anyway.
Nice job. Okay, Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory towers what to think and how to feel. My answer to this question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations. Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening. Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years. Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites? There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime. 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable. Feminism has empowered women to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In some states, that man will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism has empowered women to rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives. They do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder? Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues. It's a silent genocide of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had recovered. While he was recovering, his wife was plotting to divorce him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because he filed for divorce first. When he confronted her, the response he got was, "I told you I did not want you living here." At this point, he was forced to leave the marital home and live out of his car. The divorce took away his home, his children, and left him penniless and saddled with a child support payment he could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over a 12-year period for a divorce that his wife was empowered by feminists to plan and execute. Terrence went into court to fight for 50-50 custody. Terrence was called a murderer and an assassin in open court and was given 96 hours a month with his children. 96 hours a month is not a father. While homeless, he spoke to many other men who would never get off the streets due to child support arrearages and penalties, and the men constantly getting arrested for unpaid child support. The disparage of losing his children and his home, and his PTSD and constant pain from his wounds, he became suicidal. While at his post in 2008, a former commander of his came to see him to secretly say his last goodbyes. The next day, Mr. Popp's former commander put on his dress blues and went to the Holy National Veterans Cemetery and blew his brains out. Terrence Popp was notified of the death and was shocked because he was planning to commit suicide in the exact same manner.
Damn.
So in effect, his former commander took the bullet that was meant for him. Terrence Popp decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years saving 576 men from suicide with comedy. If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is holding the dog tags for every life that he has saved. Now, why am I telling you this? Shout out to Terrence. Yeah.
Now, notice the difference between her opening statement and Anna's opening statement. Anna basically spent the whole time attacking Pearl. And I actually watched this debate. That was basically the whole debate. She spent the whole time trying to get under Pearl's skin.
Mm-hmm.
And
not just that, baby.
Huh?
Yeah, not just that. Not just that. Remember, notice how purposely vague she was in the facts she was dropping.
Yes.
while Pearl was pinpoint accurate with hers. And on top of that, by the way, Mr. Pop, I'm familiar with Terrence Pop, who has his own YouTube channel called Redonkulous. I've watched some of his shit, some funny shit. He talks about what happens because in his case regarding, and what they forget to leave out is this: how many guys who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan came home to empty homes and divorces, and a lot of them were told by the court that they are a threat to their families because of their military training. Especially if the serviceman in question was diagnosed with PTSD, and how much that PTSD is used against you, not just by the service to give you less than honorable discharge, but also by the family courts to say that you're an unfit parent. I'll give you another example. Patrice O'Neill, one episode of the Black Phillip Show, they had a guy call in. This man was a disabled veteran. While he was deployed in Afghanistan, his wife who had custody of their child, was able to file for divorce and custody of the child while he was absent. And he didn't find out until he got back. And then but they called him, but when he called in, they told him, do not do what you think you're going to do, which was try to delete them. Instead, you could try to go to the courts, file what you need to do to get custody of your child back. Because he said because the man, like himself said, his daughter is with a cokehead. And he does not want his daughter safe. He had a place to stay. He had a place for the kid and everything, but he needed to know what to do, not to want to go out there and just delete them all. So they told him, listen, just think of it like a military. Just call it Operation Fuck This Hoe and get that kid out of there. That's your main priority. Get the kid out. Hopefully he did. But yeah, hell, even Charles, our brother here, Charles, had that same problem. Fortunate for Charles, his father went to court on his behalf. And when the judge asked him, where is he said, my son is on deployment right now. And, Charles got it. And Charles, I'm not sure. I think Charles, won that court case while he was on deployment. Yeah. Thanks to, Charles Sr. Shout out to Charles Sr.
About that. But anyway, I got 20 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. My birthday's that week, so the birthday tax is in effect. Hit the Cash App.
Happy birthday.
My birthday will be next Sunday. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Support my birthday.
Okay.
But anyway.
Now, why am I telling you this? Because men and American veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Anna have pushed for. There are millions of men that have died in this country from the political power that feminism pushes. Since 1970, an estimated 1.6 million men have committed suicide.
Fine. Stop it.
If feminists cared about equality, why aren't they fighting for equality in divorce and family court as hard as they are fighting for abortion, working, or becoming sex workers? Thank you.
My argument.
I'm an egalitarianist.
Hold on. My argument is that.
What's going on, Snowman? You just got in the middle of a cat fight.
Hi, Snowman.
Snowman.
Hey, what happened between I think he's got audio issues, but I wanted to ask him what happened between Miami and Iowa. Sorry, Miami and Indiana.
It hasn't happened yet.
Did it happen yet?
Let's go Hoosiers.
Okay. I forgot to mention this. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
In their ass and walk it dry.
Okay. Oh, damn. Oh, I forgot to mention something, AB. When in Anna's in Kasparian's opening statement, like I said, she was being purposely vague about how Pearl benefited from feminism. Did you notice she never mentioned anything about Title IX? She just said the Civil Rights Act. And Title IX, what did that do? Who benefited from Title IX?
Women.
1972.
Yeah, white women.
Oh,
primarily.
You missed the fun earlier in the show.
What I miss?
I honestly wish I was joking when I said this, Snowman. Anti-ICE protesters and Don Lemon. Yes, Don Lemon stormed a church.
He was covering the church. He was covering the protest storm the church.
Mix it up. Mix it up. He helped us storm the church. Come on.
Okay.
They stormed a church.
One more time. I'm sorry. What?
Anti-ICE protesters, along with Don Lemon, stormed the church. Protesting, because I guess the pastor was pro-ICE.
Give me this button.
I ain't got no time for this bullshit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Man, give me this motherfucker again.
I ain't got no time for this bullshit.
The fact that,
That's
come
like
on, man.
expecting Caleb Williams to win a playoff game.
Oh, I'm glad you said that, because we'll get back to Pearl and Anna in a minute, because I need you to clear something up. I need my sports expert to clear something up. There are a bunch of Bills fans complaining that oh boy didn't get an interception. Would you please explain to him why that was an interception?
Oh, we talking about Josh Allen making an errant throw?
Yes.
In Saturday's divisional game. Here's why that was an interception. They wrestled to the ground. The receiver, Brandon Cooks, had the ball first.
Yes.
Unfortunately for Brandon Cooks, the defender had the ball last. And once he gained possession, Brandon Cooks touched him down. That is why that was an interception.
Yes.
Oh, not only that, but the plain fact that Brandon Cooks can't catch.
Ooh.
Let me say that again. Brandon Cooks is not Andre Reed. Hell, Brandon Cooks is not James Lofton. Brandon Cooks
Or Don Beebe with a strong head,
or
with a strong neck.
Or Steve Tasker, or Eric Moulds. Brandon Cooks just can't fight for the ball. That's why the Rams let him go. He had a walk-in title, and he fucked it up. That's right, I said it.
Well, and here's a lot of people don't understand. In order for it to be a catch, you have to have control of the ball all throughout all the motion.
Absolutely. You've got to, what do we call that class? Completing the process of the catch.
Yes.
Brandon Cooks did not.
Yeah, pretty much. What's going on, Charles?
What's up, Dr. Faulkner? Brandon Cooks thinks he's Omar Cooper Jr.
My
and yes,
condolences.
that's a direct shot.
My condolences on your 49ers yesterday. Oh, that was brutal.
You know what, man? I'll take that ass whooping because we were not even supposed to be there.
Well, he did take out the Super Bowl champ, so yeah.
I am happy with what the Niners did, going 12-5 with the litany of injuries that they had. But Seattle had our number in Levi's, and I pretty much knew they'd have our number in their house. I'm fine. Because
by the way, we got an interesting AFC matchup: the Broncos versus the Patriots. Who would have saw that coming?
Yeah, but there is a big mitigating circumstance for the Denver Broncos.
What is it?
They will be minus Bo Nix.
Ooh.
2 words: fractured ankle.
Oh!
Left or right?
Left.
Ow!
Okay. Yeah. Like, because because for this, Bo Nix is right-handed. That left ankle, you need when you throw, and you need to make sure that because that's the ankle you stand on when you throw.
But here's
that's your front leg. That's your front leg. So yeah.
He got his ankle fractured because the Bills were being stupid because it occurred on the next to last play of the game when Bo Nix was taking a knee to set up the game.
Oh my God.
So Jared Stidham will get the start next Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, the link's in the chat if you want to come up, Charles. But yeah.
Yeah, come on up, Charles.
Salute, All-Star-G.
Yeah. Denver is at home. They will play the Patriots for the AFC title for the first time since 2015, if memory serves me correct. But Denver's going to have to run the ball a lot because they are minus Bo Nix.
Oh, man.
And I hate that because I was looking forward to seeing Bo Nix play Drake May for the AFC title. It was for me, it's a rebirth of Peyton versus Brady when Peyton was with the Broncos.
All right. Let's go back to the cat fight here for a little bit. This is quite interesting. This is I think this is the highlight moment of the debate.
This is a cat fight.
Oh yes.
Okay.
My argument.
I'm an
my
egalitarianist.
Hold on. My argument is that men and women are both tremendously important to a functioning society. They should both be treated with respect. They both serve different jobs, different roles, and in order for society to work, we have to respect that.
Women are
but
not
you
equal- the
seem
women are
to
not-
put the onus and responsibility of everything onto women while providing cover for the bad behavior of men.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal
Men
work.
are equally important.
Women
I
are
never
not
said that they
equally,
weren't.
women are not equally important because they don't do the equal amount of work. Men have invented the majority of the inventions. Men have
Really?
started
Yeah.
Fortune 500 companies. Men do the majority of the infrastructure job. Men produce 90% of
Who's scrubbing the toilets
80%
after
of the
work?
food supply. 90.
Men. Who's scrubbing the toilets after? Come on, Anna. Really?
Wait. Did I hear that question correctly?
Yeah, who's scrubbing the toilets after work? You know how many janitors I've heard from? Most of the janitors I know are men. You know how many janitors I heard from on whose bathroom's the nastiest? Oh, we don't want to have that conversation.
90% of the world's stuff.
Who's changing the diapers?
Not women.
Who's
Not women.
raising
They're
the
not having
children
kids.
after
Women aren't
working
having kids.
all
So
day
women
long?
aren't doing it. Daycare workers now, to be honest. It's not the moms.
Not everyone grew up in an affluent household like
Hey,
you.
that's
They need a dual income
fantastic.
household in order to make ends meet in this economy.
Anna, you
Live
talk.
in reality for
Anna,
one day
you
in your
talk.
life.
Anna, you talk for a living. It's kind
I
of
do.
rich for you to come at me.
Oh,
Bitch, what do you do for a living?
Ooh,
you're responsible.
play that again.
Economy.
Anna, you
Live in
talk.
reality for
Anna,
one day
you
in your
talk.
life.
Anna, you talk for a living. It's kind
I
of
do.
rich for you to come at me.
What, bitch? What do you do for a living?
I
Oh,
love
man.
it.
Now
I
they claim
love it.
they claim Pearl lost this debate. I don't see it.
Pearl whipped her ass from that comment alone. Pearl whipped her ass.
I mean that response. What's going on, Meech?
What's going on with y'all?
What's up, Meech?
Oh,
Hey, Snowman. So, why all of a sudden are field goals beneath the fucking Bears? They beat Green Bay with field goals. 9 points of field goals just last game. It was last game, not last year.
I know.
One more fucking field goal, and we don't even go into overtime. And these motherfuckers
Meech.
over here turning this shit over, trying to get 2-point conversions.
Meech, let me explain the Bears to you. And I can explain this to you and rewind this back to 2010. Because they were doing this shit then. Because the head coach overruled, well, the head coach, in this case, Ben Johnson, is the offensive coordinator. And Ben Johnson decided to do the one dumbass thing you don't do in the playoffs. Chase points. And because they chased points, they took a fat ass L in their house again.
Thank you. In our fucking house. And the thing about it is, see, I didn't like that game. That wasn't a good game. They had a great season. That was a shitty fucking game. We lost. We caused ourselves to lose. It ain't that the Rams beat us.
Meech.
One more fucking field goal. One.
Meech, how many times have you heard me say, and gentlemen in the chat and gentlemen on the panel, whenever we do talk sports, how many times have you heard me say this about certain teams that think they're ready? I say 4 simple words. They were not prepared.
I think it was their against, to tell you the truth.
You get a Rams team coming all the way from Southern California after they had to travel to Carolina 7 days earlier. And on one of the earliest possessions of the game, you decide to go for it on 4th and 2. So instead of being up 3-0, you're down 7-0. After
And
the
then you
Rams
lost to a team that doesn't even come from a cold weather state.
Exactly. This was supposed to be the revenge. This was supposed to be 1985 part 2 for the Bears. And what I mean is the Rams played the Bears in the NFC Championship in 1985, of course, and the Bears won 24-0, and they went on to win Super Bowl 20. The problem with these Bears, and Meach, you're not going to like the way I phrase this and the way I say it, but I dare you to challenge me, and I dare Bears fans to challenge me. They got no nuts.
I mean, look, I think they just play arrogantly. If you really want to know, I think
Because
those fucking for whatever reason you just beat Green Bay because of fucking field goals. We were down 21-3 in that fucking game,
and we
were down 21-3.
And 3
yes,
field goals saved your asses.
So why are they not good enough now? You just play smart. Don't play stupid.
Because
you know what?
They still think that the monsters. They still think that 85 monsters are the Midway.
That kind of playing is what would make you look like you have no fucking nuts. Even if you do, you can't play stupid like that.
And here's the other thing, Meech. And All-Star G just said my next thought. You know what the Bears didn't do 40 times tonight? Run the ball.
Oh yeah, that's my main. That's when I play bad. That's my main strategy. I run that football like a motherfucker.
2 of the best running backs in the postseason. You're at Soldier Field, and anybody who has been to, through, around, and in Soldier Field in a month later than September, it gets cold.
Very fucking cold.
I have done games at Soldier Field in September, and I've done one in January. Thank God I was in the press box. It gets cold. It gets fucking cold, which tells me you're as old school as you think you are. You would do what Mike Ditka did. Run the ball.
Just repeatedly drop it. Fuck, hitting them in the chest, hitting them in the hands, and they're dropping it. It's like you said. You would think, okay, yeah, we're dropping them. Let's do more running. Let's use Swift more than we're using them right now.
You should have used both your backs. Monangai and Swift are the second coming, at least they're building to it, of 2 very familiar names. All-Star G and Meech, you know these 2 names very well. Walter Payton and Matt Suey.
Yep. And I don't know. The game just pissed me off because of poor fucking decision making. Look how long they had 17. They got 17 in the fucking third quarter. They got 17 in the third. You went into fucking overtime with the same score you had in the fucking third quarter, which means for a quarter and a half, you didn't kick one fucking field goal. And it didn't dawn on you.
Let me answer All-Star G's question about Colson Loveland. He caught 4 for 56. He dropped 3 that could have gotten him 100. Colston Loveland dropped 3 big passes. And one of those came in the 4th quarter. So for all the times, for everything that the Bears did, they gained 417 yards. They had 417 yards of offense. They were only penalized 3 times for 24 yards. I'll give you 2 big numbers right here. And Meech, this is going to make you cringe, but this is what happened. 9 for 19 on 3rd down.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And the other number, and the other number I'm going to give you, 3 turnovers.
Now, fair warning, fellas. Let me give you a fair warning. This is a fair warning.
Simp alert.
Okay.
Simp. 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 Who we talking about now? Simp.
Okay. Get your marshmallows out because we're gonna have to roast. We're gonna have to roast some children. Some children right now.
Oh
We're
no.
gonna have to roast a little boy right now. Just get the marshmallows out.
Man, I just left the barbershop. Why the fuck do you niggas still get bald phase? Like, as a grown ass man, you mean to tell?
Boy, who the hell are you talking to?
Wait. Can you repeat? Repeat.
Man, I just left the barbershop. Why the fuck do you niggas still get bald phase? Like, as a grown ass man, you mean to tell me this childish ass hairstyle from when you was 5, 6, 7 years old that your mama was picking and you couldn't pick a goddamn haircut, you let that shit cross over into your adult life? Are you fucking
little boy? Who you talking to?
Are you fucking serious? You let this skin chili ball ass haircut cross over. You fell in love with the goddamn haircut. Nigga, you might as well be bald. Bald head ass nigga. Like, what the?
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait.
Time. You've got some nerve talking about black men getting haircuts
on this one. Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
My camera's already on, but
and All-Star G, you are dead wrong for your statement, but you're also right.
What'd he say?
He said bears are still more reliable than black women.
Oh, that's true. That is so damn true.
I mean, they got to the playoffs.
They won the Central Division. Yes, I'm going old school. They won the Central Division.
Imagine if B-Dubs had our back enough for us to get to the playoffs.
Yeah. But
Go
like
ahead,
I
AB.
said, boy, who the hell are you talking to? I'll get whatever haircut I want.
Wait. Did he say we may as well just be bald? Did he say that?
Yeah. Oh shit! Hold on. Wait. I got you.
Hold on.
Snowman. There we go.
Did he say we should be bald?
Yes, he did.
He did.
Don't. Oh, it's about the Snowman tonight. The Snowman is about.
Yeah. Take a look at that.
Oh,
I've been quite proud of this here haircut. You should not be proud to be who you are. Period.
Oh, it looks like Boston.
Since the young man want to talk about our looks, well, let's take a look at Let's take a look at his. Hold on, wait a minute.
He's trying to emulate Weekend from back in the day.
Who's he trying to be? Fred Warner? At least Fred Warner wears it better.
What? I stopped getting that shit when I was about 8. Not even.
Look at that.
You lie.
Look at that fucked up neck tattoo.
Even 8, because nigga, when I was 8, I had waves, bitch. I was thugging. You know what I'm saying, Granny? I don't want that. I want that number 7.
Yeah, I could tell who raised you. It's clear to me now who raised you. What do you sound like? What do you sound like?
Let me get
He
that.
just said, Granny, I don't want
that. I don't want this. You feel me?
Hold
Niggas
on,
be 45 getting goddamn bald face with a.
The fuck you gonna do about it?
Let me. Meech, I don't know if you've ever heard me say this that my dad said to me. I don't think you have, but the other guys have, so I'll say it here. Given the way he sounds, what he's referenced, my dad gave me a simple choice. Get out or get the hell out. I chose option C. I got the fuck out. And ain't
don't worry, he won't be on the screen. He won't be on the screen for much longer, but that is a good question.
That's a great question.
That is a great question.
You're wrong, All-Star G. You're true, but you're wrong.
But in my defense, All-Star 3, I did give you a warning.
Simp alert. Simp.
Simp, 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 simp. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app, support the show. Birthday tax is in effect. But yeah.
I mean, man, I just left the barbershop. Why the fuck do you niggas still get bald fades? Like,
because we feel like it and we're grown men.
Because
That's why.
we're grown.
Here are
Because
three
we're grown
things
men.
you should not be doing if you're a grown-ass man. And when I say grown-ass man, I mean if you're over the age of 40. This is for you. Number one is wearing Jordans, okay? If you're over the age of 40 and you're still wearing fucking retro Jordans, stop it, okay? Your fucking ass needs to be wearing fucking Nike Air Monarchs, fucking New Balance, or Hagens. Those are
I know guys that are my age, and I'm 50.
I dare him to go say that to the angry man, boy, you gonna get your ass.
Listen, I know guys that are my age, and they're rocking retro Jordans, and quite well, I might add.
Mm-hmm.
And they keep them clean.
And they get that's
Wait,
the
but
key.
who made him fucking judge and jury to decide what the fuck we should be wearing?
Probably some feminist he's married to.
Like him and that fucking young dude right there. They sound like fucking women. Like to come at men for that fucking decision, and you don't get to make that fucking decision. Are you a style consultant?
fucking $200 pair of Jordans. Number two is vaping. If you're over 40 years old and you're over here fucking vaping, strawberry flavored and lemon flavored, be a man. Go to the store, get a fucking pack of Camel non-filters, be a man, and smoke a real cigarette. Stop with that vaping shit. And number three,
he's just ridiculous.
If you have one of those little ass fucking dogs, if you got a little Chihuahua or one of those little fucking French bulldogs and you like to carry it around in your little man purse, stop.
May the best provider win. Again, don't sleep with them, don't cook for them, don't invite them into your house, don't share your peace with them. Make these men compete and choose the best provider.
Time.
Leading women astray again.
Time.
No man, no provider man is seeking a woman who has been.
Time. Make us compete.
What the fuck is wrong with the song?
You had it, Charles.
You're good, Charles.
Charles, you had it. Make
Charles, you're good.
Make us compete. My next two words are as follows. Since when?
Charles, your sound is good.
Hey, look, let me tell you something there, Snowman. It's real simple with this make us compete. Let me tell you something.
Yes.
I am not finna compete against a woman for that woman. If you want a relationship, I shouldn't have to battle you for a relationship with you. If it's gonna be, if we're in a relationship and it's supposed to be us against the world, why the hell am I fighting you? That's an enemy amongst the ranks. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
You know what, Meech? I'm glad you said that phrase, because every night before my wife and I fall asleep, there is one creed that we say to each other besides I love you. Us against the world. We believed it in 2018. 8 years later, we live by it even more.
And what it really comes down to us most of the time is that we black men find out that it's us against every goddamn body, including our quote unquote significant other.
Yes. What's going on, Charles?
I said, Meech. Like I said, Meech. Dad gave me the simplest choice ever before he went home to glory. Get out or get the hell out.
Chose option C, got the fuck out.
I got the fuck out. And
I know a lot of these people, a lot of these women hate Pearl, and I think a lot of the B-dubs hate her because.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think a lot of the B-dubs hate her because what she's talking about is just women in general. You notice that I've never heard her come out and specifically call out black women for anything. She's talking about women in general. The issue though is that black women in general go so hard in the fucking paint compared to everybody else with this fucking Western feminist bullshit, that gynocracy bullshit, that they feel they hit the most. You know what they say? Hit dogs holler. Right?
Get out of my head, man. I was thinking that exact phrase. Get out of my head, Meech.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, what the fuck? It's not as though, and here's the wild part, it's not as though they don't know. What do y'all think, we're blind?
Exactly.
What do you think you think we forgot what happened 20 and 30 damn years ago? Why?
Yeah, they do.
You know what it is? Y'all are surprised. They're surprised that we're actually speaking. You know what it sounds like? Sounds like the slave master being surprised that we're actually standing up. That's what the fucking issue is. They don't understand that they came out with that dumbass article because they love to damn push that shit onto us to project. But they know good and damn well that they're the white men of black people. They're the white people of black people. They're the ones expecting us to do shit with nothing in fucking return. Shut up and fucking work. What does that sound like? Sound like just when she told not LeBron James, but the lady told one of the NBA players to shut up and dribble.
That was
she told
it was LeBron. It was
LeBron. These BMs act like they don't. They act like we don't. Those days are over. We don't need Oprah and Donahue and fucking Jerry Springer and all this shit to paint us in a fair light. We don't need them to do that. We have YouTube now and StreamYards and every damn thing else, and y'all are getting y'all just dues. That's all. Y'all don't have decades of shitting on us.
Meech, I will ask you very politely, and I say this with a 2-foot smile on my face. Get out of my head, because that's twice now you pulled out something I was about to say.
It's so obvious.
It's the truth.
You know what I mean?
It is obvious.
Yeah, it's so much layover.
It's terribly obvious.
Yes.
It's more obvious than Caleb Williams running backwards on 3rd and 20.
Damn.
Ooh.
It's more obvious than the Philadelphia Eagles trying to make Jalen Hurts a thing.
Check your mic now, Charles.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, we got you. We got you, Charles.
We got you.
Why you got that slimy bastard up there? Look at him. He looks slimy. He looks like he'd steal everything. He'd steal the elastic off your underwear. Why are you wearing it?
Don't like women, but they're sexually unattracted to men, and they have no choice but to deal with you. And they act like it, don't they? Like, these men don't like women for real. They don't bond with women. They don't emotionally connect with women. They prefer to be around men. They respect men. They get along with men. They see men as their equal.
We don't like to bond with women, eh?
Newsflash.
We don't, eh?
Here's the newsflash. Look.
Another insult to our sexuality, right? Trying to call us gay again.
Here's the newsflash. Most men don't like women unless it is sexual. You don't see us saying, "Yeah, we're about to go hang out with the girls. We about to go brunch or I don't know, fucking shop." Most men really don't care about them. Like, here's my question, right? You never hear your married male friends say, "Hey, this marriage shit, you gotta try this." No, it's always, "Oh, we gotta make it." I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be miserable for the sake of trying to be looking for a little bit of happiness. That's like saying, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna let this chick suck my dick for 2 hours. All I feel is nothing but teeth and barbed wire, and I might get like 30 seconds of pleasure. No. I want you to think about what he's trying to say. And remember, he's been exposed a long time ago of how he wasn't paying people fairly. Now,
Typical simp behavior, but go ahead.
I've always said this. Have anybody asked a dude why he doesn't like women? And maybe we could get down to the point that there's a lot of little boys who learn from little girls not to like them.
Oh, yeah.
You grow up black. How do little girls treat you? They hit you. They try to bully you. They yell at you. They try to openly embarrass you. And this is not even women in his family. We didn't even get to the family yet.
Charles, key word, openly.
And this is what I'm going to say. This happens from black women to white women, Hispanic women. This is just American women.
There's so many men.
And it's so grotesque to the point where y'all really don't know how y'all treat men. But when men are turning their back on you and say, hold your own nuts and ovaries,
Mm-hmm.
oh, now all of a sudden you love us. Now all of a sudden you need us. So keep that same energy. Go ahead, right? Wait, maybe.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I got to get Charles' take on this one. I wanted to slap this little boy in his face.
Man, I just left the barbershop. Why the fuck do you niggas still get bald fades? Like, as a grown ass man, you mean
Stop
to
it,
tell
stop it,
me?
stop it, stop it, stop it. I don't listen to a nigga who had to take his grandmother had to take her to a barbershop. What the fuck do I need? You're literally filming yourself with that shit on your head.
Yes.
But what?
Thank you.
I don't listen to niggas who can't grow full beards. I don't listen to niggas who
It's
grew up with
childish.
nothing but women. So you can cut that shit off. Like, what the fuck consequences need to be? Obviously, there's nothing. I don't care. Your hair is your hair. Like, here's my fucking thing. Why are you using such a feminine ass fucking notion to talk about another man's hair?
Look
What
who's
about
been
in
around.
5 years? What about in 5 years from now, you start thinning and balding?
Oh, yeah. Happened to a couple of my buddies, including my best friend. Yeah.
I said, like, let's look at this very fairly. You can't even say your dad took you to the barbershop. Why would I listen to you?
Exactly.
Right.
My mother never took me to the
That's the only
barbershop. It was
person that's
always my father and my uncle. It was always my father and my uncle.
Thank
Then
you.
I started taking myself to the barbershop.
And then you got to notice how fucked up the situation is. Why wasn't your grandmother taking you, not your mother or father? Bro, you could cut that and get that shit out of my face. I don't listen to stupid people. That's 2026. That's just life, period. I don't listen to fucking people that's beneath
And
me.
to further speak on something that I previously spoke on, men being intellectually challenged and emotionally fractured is the reason why men will lead with penis and.
All right, that's it. Snowman, don't even bother. I'll do it for you. Tell me, what is gay?
Like, here's my thing, right?
Thank you, AB, for beating me to that.
Gay men cannot
Men
speak
being
for straight gay men. I
intellectually
mean, straight
challenged
men.
and emotionally fractured is the reason why a lot of men will lead with penis and money rather than trying to convince you that they are a respectable and honorable adult.
Well,
being
here's the
intellectually
part.
challenged
Here's the part.
realize
Pause it. Why do men lead with penis and money? Because that's the only thing women respond to. Women don't care. I said, here's my shit. All you simps out here, go ask these women who they had kids by, what type of men they dated.
Yep.
They don't care about responsible men until they hit damn near 40. Now you're praying to God to get a man that's superior to you in every way. I even had my ex one time. I said, let me ask you this question. If a guy's 35 to 45 years old, no kids or one kid, and he wants another child, are you willing to do that after you had your 3? Well, yeah. I said, why wouldn't he go younger? You're already a high risk woman. You're almost 40. I said, 2, why would he want to be in a house with your fucking kids? When he can have a whole brand new family. I said, let's even go further. If a man who made himself up and he has no kids and he's 40 and he wants to start a family, why would he choose you over a fucking woman with no kids, who's 27, submissive, never been married, and probably has either not been touched or probably has 2 bodies? Go.
Oh shit.
Why? Why would I drive a hoopty? Why would I buy a car and put thousands of dollars in a car with a bad transmission already?
True.
And it's not me being mean, it's just being ultra logical. Just think about that. I want you to think about that. And when women start to think about it, it gets very cold.
Charles, to your point, just a moment. Charles, to your point. On top of all those 3 kids, let's not forget how many abortions this woman has possibly had. which further complicates the fact that she probably couldn't even conceive.
But we're not even going by abortion. See, we're just going by what baseline factual shit. I think that's what people forget, just the facts. Let's just go by baseline factual shit.
Mm-hmm.
You're not in your prime physically because you would think about it. This is the hilarious part about it. I commend women who have more than one kid and actually stays in shape.
Right.
Think about it. You're not even in shape enough to attract that level of man. You have a nice one, but you could be better.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not just her. This is what I tell many women. It's hell. I'm even harder on dudes. Why she like Pookie and Ray Ray? Because you're ugly. That's why. You're fat. You have no fucking sense of style. You literally bathe every fucking full moon. You don't like the barber. You really need to buy some weights and pick them up every once in a while, at least 3 to 4 times a week. You need to learn how to buy new underwear. Your underwear you should not still have the same underwear from fucking high school or college.
Oh, wham!
Yep, that underwear is way gone.
Wham!
You should not have. Amazon has deals on new socks. Try it.
Yep.
Buy some fucking
And underwear.
cologne for God's sakes.
Mm-hmm.
But think about it. If I'm harder on men, women should shut the fuck up and do what the fuck is told. Orders are orders.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing I tell any human being, number one, get in better shape because I like to use the comic book theory. You know what the comic book theory is, men?
Let's hear it.
Comic books have a business model. If I'm going to take my best artist on a book for my biggest seller, I'm going to make sure that artist is making that cover.
Mm-hmm.
Even sometimes the cover artist may not be the actual book artist.
Right.
Why? Because what? The most attractive covers get what? Sold.
Bought. Yep. They get bought and sold. Yep.
So now you got to go inside the book. The book has to have good material, good source, good reading. You must have a character that relates to the people. Okay? You take your Superman, your Batman, your whoever. If you have a shitty character, no matter how attractive that cover is, eventually after opening up that cover, you're going to put it back on that shelf.
Right.
Yep.
But if you have a great character and a great story and something of significance happening, that book's going to fall off the shelf.
Yep.
It's not going to be. You're not going to be able to find that book. Yes, women, you're like comic books. Yes, I just said it. Yes, same
Say
thing
it
for
louder.
you're like comic books. Yes. So, if you traditionally have really bad writing and stories, which means your history and everything else, and there's no significant and there's nothing of significance in that book, you're not going to be sold. The same thing when people talk about this whole you need to be healing, you need all this shit. I said, really? A gay man who wants to walk away from their masculinity is supposed to tell me how to be a man. That's like a flat tire telling that fucking other tire, the rest of the other three, hey, y'all need to check yourselves.
Mm-hmm. Now, fair warning, we're going to get in the AI section, and there are a lot of cat fights.
Before you do, there's a button I wanted to play for you, but you beat me to it. And it is.
Tell me, what is gay?
That last video, that was definitely gay. But anyway.
Miserable fur-covered excuse for a Marine. Sit up straight. What is your major malfunction, Furbolg? Oh, get it off me. Move, watch out. Miserable fur-covered excuse for a Marine. Sit up straight. What is your major malfunction, Furbolg? Oh, get it off me. Move.
And I got three of those guys in the house.
You send me $40. I need some gas money.
40? I thought you was a bad beat. You ain't got $40?
Stop playing. I just need it till Friday.
Nah, you was on the gram last week with lobster tails and the sunset. Now you can't even fill up a tank. You got lashes worth more than that, but your car running on fumes.
You play too much.
I'm just saying, them nails look like a rent payment.
Can you send me $40? I need some gas money.
40? I thought you...
I gotta be honest with you. Drewski has exposed us. Now we gotta switch the game up to keep that money flowing. Oh, somebody!
I am all geared up to help Ice Cream defend the border from aliens. No way those little Get the fuck out of here.
Wow.
These guys from outer space are coming to steal my tasty treats. Time to patrol. Evening. You got the swirl one? I am all geared up to help Ice Cream defend the border from aliens.
Ice Cream?
No way those little...
Yes. Well, you know that was his favorite thing in the White House, get some ice cream, so.
I know. I mean, he probably would call it ice cream.
Man, give me this.
Oh, wow.
I told you there's gonna be a lot of cat fights.
I've seen that in real life with that. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
There we go.
That shit about to hurt like a motherfucker.
Oh, that had to hurt.
Ooh. Ooh.
I told you, I got a lot of cat fights.
Human beings and
AI.
Oh boy.
Human beings and AI are horrible bit.
They play too much with AI.
Human beings and AI are horrible bit.
You can't do that here! Excuse me? Don't you excuse me? You cannot wash your car like this! I'm calling the police! Here's some water for you. You cannot do yoga in your yard! I'm calling the police! And I'm just... Get it off! Oh my... Stop! Help! Somebody help! It's in my sweatshirt! Get off me! You cannot be a goat in your yard! I'm calling the police!
Oh, shit!
Get off! You cannot keep a llama in your yard! I'm calling the police!
Oh!
Have a good night. You cannot use a blower at this hour! I'm calling the police!
Well, she
Now,
got
pause it. Pause it. You know how we know that was AI?
How?
Because hurricane level winds could lift that bitch.
Oh.
You ain't shit for that, Charles.
Mm.
Look at what you did. It was all over our walkway. I had to scoop it up.
You see this? You think you can ignore me? Open this door right now. You don't get to treat people like that. You can't do that here. Excuse me. Don't you excuse me? You cannot wash your car like this. I'm calling the police.
You can't leave. Hear me out. You cannot leave.
Damn.
What in all types of blue hell?
They so indignant.
That did not just
happen. You cannot leave.
This AI shit is getting too much.
Yeah, it is. That was funny. That was too funny.
It's getting too much, man.
Well, y'all know what's going on, but we're gonna get to the bottom of it. We need $2,000. Deacon, can you lock the motherfucking doors?
Yes, sir.
The sound of heavy wooden doors closing, followed by a metallic click is heard. Now pass that damn collection plate back around. So damn well y'all know what's going on, but we're gonna get to the...
Ladies, there are a lot of men who don't win. Yes, they like to have sex with us, but they don't like us. Ladies, there are...
Okay. Now get out of my house.
I thought I was dealing with a rich man. Turns out he treated me like trash. I should have kept the man who picked me and been happy instead of lonely.
You got the message.
Message.
I should take accountability. Now he left me. I only have sex with 3 of his friends. Now I have no way to live and I'm homeless.
You got the
message.
Message.
Well, I'm in a nightclub, and men not approaching us because they're tired of our attitudes. We need to change before we end up being lonely.
Message.
You got the
Wait a minute, you're not lonely?
You know, man would ever take me serious. I'm just for recreation, right? That's what I hear. Because I'm a pornography actress. But I don't want to be alone forever. I want someone who's...
You got a message.
What have we women done? We wanted a matriarchal world, tried to strip the strength out of our men, and now they don't want to defend us. They barely want to ask us out. They're getting their passports and leaving us, I guess.
You got a
message.
Say.
Move, move, move.
Wait, stop that! You can't leave us, please! Hey,
gentlemen, you can't
go. Door closed!
We out.
You
message.
You got a message.
A lot of y'all say we're the least desired,
I'm gonna have to make a video out of that.
but the most educated. It's not your education that makes you undesirable. It's your attitude. You got to look in the mirror and fix it. If you truly want a man, start there.
Message. Hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit that super chat, support the show. Message.
You even make six figures?
Nah, I make 5. What you do for a living?
Oh, I'm an entrepreneur. I do a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Oh, so you broke. Just say that.
Excuse me, I'm not broke. I'm an entrepreneur.
Hey, I just, get away. You look like a lame. All right. Bye.
What's up? I'm Tyrone. Just got out of jail.
Hi, Tyrone. Ooh, this the man I want. He gonna be my baby daddy.
Ooh.
Hey, my name's Matthew.
Hi, Matthew.
So, full disclosure, I still live at home with my mama. I'm kind of between jobs right now, but I do make rap music and I do like it.
Honest and creative. I can work with that.
Woman told me it was a package deal. I gotta take care of her and 5 kids by different baby daddies. I said, forget that. I passed on the deal. Let it double up and go to the next guy, because I am not a simp.
Good move.
She's entitled to half of everything.
Your Honor, why?
Because that's the law, Mr. Dwyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. She never loved me. She just wanted my money. I should have made her sign a prenup.
So Drewski's bitch ass trying to downplay church, and I ain't going for it in Jesus' name. Everything we got in here is because of God, blessings, y'all donations, and my donations. It's all for the church. Praise the Lord.
Come here, baby.
Oh no.
Come here, sweetheart. These arms is out. Sin is afoot. Sitting here with your ankles out and your legs out. Beautiful legs, but they shouldn't be shown.
Actually, that's relatively conservative.
And then your arms is out. It's going to cause the men students to stop.
I mean,
She needs a coat to go with it.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
she could with the panty line on a little bit more, but other than that, that's relatively conservative and acceptable.
Yeah.
They won't be able, baby. Do you understand that? They won't be able to learn their lessons in class, right? Yes. Because they're looking at your arms and they're looking at your legs. Come here, young lady. I want you to learn something. I'm trying to look at me while I'm talking to you. Come here. You stand over here. This is the standard. Holiness. God, I bless you right now. You see how she goes directly into the spirit? Go ahead and call on it. Thank you,
It
God.
also means homeliness. They said holiness, not homeliness.
But
They look homely.
That is so damn accurate. Oh, that's exactly what they
It
sound
is
like.
accurate.
That is so
Very.
damn
It is very
Yeah,
accurate.
boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka.
Now, see, you can't do that because your arms are out. Now, you try to call on it. Glory. No, that's not it. You try to go ahead. You do it. Hey, confuse the enemy. Hallelujah. From your belly. That's it. Now you try it. Now you try it.
Glory to God. Hallelujah.
You just text God. You didn't call on him. I said call on him. Call him. That's it. That's it. Now you try
Now
to
she
call
got
on
tennis
him.
shoes on. Good
All
job.
right.
What you say?
Now she got tennis shoes on.
You do better.
She looked like she got the tennis shoes you run for the cops in.
No, that's
Ooh.
uh,
Nah, she got the
she
nah,
got
she got the go fast shoes, man. She got the Val 92s on,
Y'all
man.
want to cancel Drew? He spoke the truth. We're the biggest scammers in history. Oh, come on, somebody. Y'all want to cancel
If I didn't see that AI symbol, I would almost thought that was real.
Drewski because he spoke the truth. We're the biggest scammers in history. Oh, come on, somebody. You can only have one car in the driveway at a time.
Whoops.
You need to find this man. His mailbox is half an inch too tall.
Ma'am, that isn't a
Then
crime.
arrest him. This is a crime and ain't no way matter.
ma'am. You can't call 911 because someone's driving.
I got to get something off my spirit tonight. That skit that man Drewski did, the one with the pastor in the car, it pissed me off. I said, Lord, why his fat ass talking about me like that? So I got to get something off my.
You can't talk, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's just a fail.
I thought the Borg lived in a cube. I'm very confused.
I will drink you under the table, robot.
Don't bet on it, human. I wish this bus could travel at warp speed to our destination. I agree, Spock. This sucks.
Oh, gosh. This is one of my favorite. And the irony that this is one of my favorite Star Trek movies, and they had to fuck it up.
And they had to fuck it up.
Accurate.
Spock, are you going to take Nurse Chapel on a date?
We have already slept together, Mother.
I'm not sure about these new belts. Sir, do you still have the receipt?
I thought the Borg lived in...
Make some noise! Blessings are raining down tonight!
The hell? Ow!
Make some noise!
Come on, Janeway. We both love coffee.
Baseball.
And I have a large black helmet. What's not to like? Come on, Janeway. We both love coffee. And I have a large black helmet. What's not to like? Come on, Jane.
Shout out to Rick Miranda because Spaceballs was hilarious.
Spaceballs.
I love Spaceballs.
Captain, I need my kitty stuffed before the ship explodes.
Commander Data, I have a job for you.
And that actually happened in the series, too.
Captain, I need my kitty stuffed before the ship
Oh, yeah. A lot of people like the kitty stuff, yeah.
Commander Data, I have a job for you.
And the usher board will meet Thursday evening at 6 p.m. in the fellowship hall. Sit your big apple-headed ass down. Now, as I was saying, and the usher...
Folks, we're now entering the monkey area. Please keep your hands inside the vehicle.
Oh, baby, I love it.
Good.
Just stole my wig.
Folks, we're now entering the monkey area.
Wow.
Please keep your hands inside the vehicle.
Oh, baby, I love me some monkeys.
Oh, man.
Folks, we're now entering the monkey area.
You gotta hold on to it.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey. He may not come when you want him to come, but he's all on time.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
What the hell? Oh, that cat didn't break his neck?
Yeah.
Anything?
Yeah, he might have had 9 lives, but he
You
must
got
have
to be
8
at
died.
least a billionaire to get with me. I don't need no broke buster.
Oh, really? You bargain price deal at best.
Listen here, man. You got to be at least a billion. Fuck is you smiling for? Do your fucking job and stop trying to flirt with my man.
Girl, all I did was look up. Ain't nobody smiling at your man. It's the dude on the side throwing up call me signs. And let me be real clear. I'm here to put these groceries in the bag and go home, not chase after anybody's boyfriend. So maybe check him, not me. Now either let me finish ringing you out or step aside so someone else can pay.
Fuck is you smiling for? Do your fucking job and stop trying to flirt with my man.
Girl, all I did was look up. Struggling again, little man?
I'm fine.
Oh, wow.
Just need a better angle.
Mm-hmm. Face it, you didn't grow as high as you're gonna grow. Cookies live up
Wait,
here in my world.
time.
Snowman admitting his fantasy?
No, hell no.
Snowman said he likes some large and Amazonia. Snowman said he likes to be dominated.
Charles, stop it.
When Snowman about to talk about the time when he was dominated. How you doing? Snooze.
I love you, Charles.
What in the Futurama?
Power like this, you ain't catching it.
You talk too much.
And you still needed me. Remember that. Struggling again, little man?
I'm fine. Just need a better angle.
Mm-hmm. Face it, you didn't grow as high as you're gonna grow. Cookies live up here in my world. Power like this, you ain't catching it.
You talk too much.
And you still needed me. Remember that. Struggling again, little man?
No way. She's flipping. Double. Twist.
Ow.
No way! She's flipping! Double! That's a double! Twist! Twist! Oh, watch the roof. No way! She's flipping! Double! That's a double! Twist! Twist! Oh, watch the roof.
You know what the worst part?
No way!
Timber.
She's flipping! Double! That's a double! Twist! Twist! Oh, watch the roof.
Yep. Go ahead, Charles.
Uh-oh.
Oh, damn. Another roof.
Uh-oh.
Crash.
Hey, Pop, meet my new girlfriend.
Hi there, nice to meet you.
Hey, that's my sandwich.
This is really good.
Sorry, Pop, she gets excited around food.
I can see that.
Hey, Pop, meet my new girlfriend.
Hi there, nice to meet you.
Hey, that's my sandwich.
Sorry, Pop, she gets excited.
Exactly. Oh, boy.
Timber.
Oh.
Damn. That's fucked up.
Move out of my way.
Hey, man, you gotta pay for that.
She's taking the whole line. I ain't stopping.
Security.
Stop right there. You ain't fast enough.
Make it.
I just got one question. Who that dinked the mouse out?
Now that's some bullshit.
Oh, hell no!
Who that dinked the mouse out at the buffet?
Took my castle, my money, and my fucking patience.
Yo, I saved everybody.
Shut the fuck up! I am royalty, you stubby little plumber bitch!
Oh yeah, you've been kidnapped like 12 times!
Do not turn my court into a fucking cartoon. I'll end you, you mushroom shake asshole.
Whoa!
You think this crown is
Get
for
down
show?
before I hold.
Took my castle, my money, and my fucking patience.
Yeah.
Hell no, I'm not doing that.
Let this man think that baby was his for 5 years. You owe him 5 years of restitution and 6 months of jail time for your lies and deception.
Oh, I wish that was a real skit, but it's not.
It's not.
Hey, Charles, you missed it earlier. Got a little breaking news. I wish I was joking when I said this, but I'm not. Evidently, Don Lemon and some group of anti-ICE protesters stormed a church.
I still don't believe that. That's crazy.
You can't make this shit up.
You really can't. You can't make this up. Ain't no way you can make this up.
Hold on, wait a minute. Give me a second. If you don't believe me, I actually got the footage. Let's see.
Oh, you know what button I haven't pushed in a while?
What is?
Because I never got it on here.
So anytime, that's the whole point of it, is to disrupt, to make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing. And that's what I believe when I say everyone.
Okay, so Don Lemon is bragging about how this is close to civil rights. And by the way, as they're all on standby. So something big is brewing in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Something big is brewing in Minnesota as a whole. And also Jacob Frey is on TV panicking. So let's actually take a listen to this wild, atrocious video from Don Lemon. To go into a church is so crazy. Take a listen.
The beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street, you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the civil rights movement was about, the civil rights movement was about these very kinds of protests. There's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt, to make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing. And that's what I believe when I say everyone.
Okay, so Don Lemon is bragging about.
So he's bragging about these people breaking into a church and disrupting service. Can't make this shit up. Now let's go. I want to review this video by Shay Sade. She goes after the that monstrosity on TikTok.
Most men are deeply unattractive because of Mother Nature.
Which one?
Sweetie.
Oh, this one.
Yeah. You can't talk about man's attractiveness when you look like Jabba the Hutt.
And something called the Great Scam.
What
The
is
Great
with
Scam
those
was the way that the male of the
glasses?
species convinced the female of the species that it no longer needed to prove itself worthy in order to reproduce and have babies. But the fact that the men are ugly says otherwise, right? They're not supposed to exist. They're supposed to be cannon fodder to the strong, attractive men who are worthy of having babies. So while y'all are out here being like the men don't take care of themselves, that's why they're unattractive. No, you're fucking a 10,000-year-old genetic anomaly.
Hold it. Freeze it. Freeze it.
Do I have to? I'm just saying.
No.
Oh, can we
play it out. Play it.
Shay
And
Sade,
right
good
there
point.
on that frame, play. You know what? I'll save my
Yeah,
comment
you
for
see
later.
right,
Play it
Snowman.
out.
You're seeing right.
I am seeing right, aren't I?
What are you looking at?
The goddamn nerve.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's why, like, do we have to pause it? That's why I said, do we have to pause it?
If the phrase "the goddamn nerve" was a person, that's it right there.
There it is, right there. Meech, let me upgrade your phrase, please.
I'm listening.
Motherfucking nerve.
The motherfucking
Wait a minute.
goddamn nerve.
There you go. There's our
It's not
compromise.
supposed to exist, Dave.
And you
Like,
can
there's no
couple it
amount of
with
moisturizer and sunscreen that will change the fact that his grandma should have fucking swallowed him. Like, we are out here fucking and making babies like we're a goddamn endangered species, but the breeding stock is foul. And that's why most men are ugly, okay? They DEI'd themselves into someone's grandma's coochie. And now we are all forced to deal with the consequences
Have you
of
taken
that.
a look in the mirror?
Sucks.
Wait a minute.
Theory strikes again.
Come
At
here.
this point, it's not even a theory anymore. It's a fact. We have spent the last 6 years feeding the delusions of women who, quite frankly, should be invisible in society. I'm just going to call it spade a spade. But I can tell that this was just out of pure rage bait. But, seeing the men's reaction to it is hilarious because the men have been tearing her a new one. But this is what happens when you create a community of delusional, broken birds, bitter as Brenda's, that it's like, man, let's be for real. Like, who's taking you out in public?
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's true. It's like nobody.
Damn. Nobody.
Hey, do you see how she tried to play real slick though? Look at what she just said. Who's taking you out in public? No, we stopped taking you out in public. Quit trying to reverse it. It's not a matter of who's taking us out in public. We don't take you out in public. You don't get the chance to take us out in public.
You're definitely not a 2 p.m. girly. You might be a 2 a.m. girly, but you're not a 2 p.m. girly. I have the audacity and
No. That's an insult to the 2 a.m. and 2 p.m. girls. Don't do that. Don't do that.
It might be a 2 a.m. girly, but you're not a 2 p.m. girly. I have the audacity and might of He-Man and the power of Grayskull. To sit there, come up on Al Gore's internet, to face your mouth and say that men are ugly. And that is an evolutionary glitch. It's like, you're confident. There's something that was said to me when I was a little girl that if you were not born with looks, you need to have a nice ass personality and a great sense of humor. Because you can't be ugly and have a nasty ass attitude and personality. Society will rip you a new one and humble the fuck out of you with the quickness.
They used to call it
But
pleasantly
just like, several ladies have said that we need to normalize calling women losers. I'm not a fan of calling a woman ugly, but sometimes you need to bring people back down to reality.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, when she puts her phone down and step out into reality and step out into the real world, she's invisible. I'm just telling the truth. And you gotta listen to me. I live in reality.
Dub, who
I'm
are
gonna
you?
afford you the courtesy of a trigger warning that if you have low self-esteem, confidence issue, or you're just sensitive about your appearance, it would be in your best interest.
Dub, who are you?
Just a man, brother. That's all I am. I'm just a man.
All right.
To not watch this video. I'm talking about one specific person. I am addressing one specific person. If you want to internalize this video and make it seem like I'm talking about you, that is your business and that is your prerogative. I've already given you a warning. The most effective insult and joke is the truth. Ma'am, is this you? You're new. Whoa. One thing about my page is I call out gross hypocrisy because riddle me and joke is the truth. Ma'am, is this you?
Oh.
You're new. One thing about my page is I call out gross hypocrisy, because riddle me this, sis. It was okay for her to come up on Al Gore's internet and call men ugly unprovoked, but it's not okay to give her a dose of her own medicine. It's not okay to turn the mirror back on her and to remind her of where she rack and stack in society. Let's go ahead and break down your comment, because you wrote a whole lot of nothing and I see a whole lot of projection. Excuse me, but men that are ugly will come out and call women all kinds of things. What's wrong with her? So it's okay for women to call men ugly, but it's not okay for men to match that same energy? Hypocrisy much? Hello, pot. But slim women need to check a therapist on why they are bothered by a confident woman being confident in herself. Sweetie, that sounds like you're projecting. But I appreciate you calling me slim, considering that a good 85% of my content is on this couch and the only thing you see is like from the neck up. But okay, sure. I've been to therapy 15 years worth, and this is why I'm not reading you for filth. I'm only reading your comment and breaking it down, because I can really, really hurt your feelings. But how is that going to solve? Because your self-esteem is already in the gutter trash. Your projection ain't got nothing to do with me. Your insecurity is none of my business. Your issues with your size and your weight is none of my concern or none of my business. If she was so confident within herself, then why isn't she making lesbian content? Why is she all up in heterosexual business? Because she's a self-proclaimed member of Le Jubourgeois, right? So why is she concerned about what's going on with men if she's not fucking them? If she was so confident within herself, she wouldn't have posted that bullshit ass video. If she was so confident and she loved herself so much, she wouldn't have come up on Al Gore's internet with all of the audacity of He-Man and the power of Grayskull to sit there and say some bullshit like that. If she truly loved herself,
Don't put that on Grayskull. Come on now, man.
She did not say it by the power of grace.
her content would be a little bit more loving. But that's
Unfortunately,
nothing
she
new with your
did.
comments. Men still see her and approach her. In fact, the same men that approach you would approach her. Your man may probably cheat on you with her and trash talk you with her. But yeah, she needs to be humble, right? Okay, sweetie, that sounds like your life. That really does sound like your life. Obviously, judging by your comment of being cheated on and you trying to project that on me.
Pause.
Sorry.
Skeletor gained a lot of weight.
We lived in a lot of time where there's studs who are in better shape and look better than so-called regular straight women.
Yeah, pretty much.
But then again, what does that say to a guy? And what does that say about a guy if a woman who doesn't date men finds you sexually attractive?
Every lesbian has her favorite dick.
Sorry that happened to you, but you need to go lay on someone's couch. But you have the day you deserve. Bye.
Oops.
I know what you're doing, and I shall call you out for it in front of everyone so that everyone else is in on the joke with us. Okay?
I'm looking at the goddamn joke.
Yeah, you took the words out of our mouth, sweet. We're looking at.
Oh, come on now. Somebody likes that. Somebody
Wait a minute.
does.
I thought
It
Reggie
ain't
White
me,
died
but
years
I promise you, somebody does though.
You wrong,
Come on, be nice.
Wait a minute. I thought Reggie White.
I had to get on BGS. He talking about that's a 49.
You didn't even laugh, dude. Come on, it was a good joke.
I had to ask this question.
I had to get on BGS talking about foot like, no, that's actually an insult to the four. No, that's an insult to the four. That's a 39.
No, that's a 4. She just fat. I mean, I thought Reggie White died years ago.
Somebody
Come
likes
on
that
now.
though. Somebody likes that. Hold on. The question becomes, is there such thing as personality? There is. So, let some people off the hook a little bit on the looks.
Yeah,
come on now. She doesn't look the best.
How many personalities did you fuck?
A great many.
Exactly.
A great many. Yeah.
Exactly. Stop your bullshit.
I'm not upset that
I
you
did.
not get
Hey,
the happy about
I
patriarchy and men taking away women's
admit it, though.
reproductive
I
choices.
admit
Even
it.
though I know for a fact that you are a supremely intelligent black woman, I have liked your shit before. I'm not even upset about the fact that I made a general statement about men, and you felt the need to personally attack my appearance and not even have the decency to tag me. But what I will call you out on is insinuating that there's something wrong with my mental health. Because as a black woman in America, and as smart as I know you are, you know what the fuck you were doing. Now, this part is incredibly fucked up, all right? And I don't know if you've made it this far.
I hate doing this, but time. I I take it back. Play on. I take
the
it
video,
back.
but hopefully someone will send you this. I do not know, nor do I claim to know, if you were attached to the lady who offed herself a few weeks ago on TikTok Live, but I can tell based on your behavior that you have a body count. You have a body count.
Oh,
Because
I
if
do.
you can spend 2 minutes calling me every type of ugly in the book, and then at the bottom in
Yeah, but what is she wrong though?
But at the same time,
have the audacity to say, I hope her mental health is okay after that
Seems
self-inflicted
like she's a bit of a lefty, though. You know,
at
she's
the
a bit of a
same
lefty,
time,
though.
at
Like,
the
it's
same
different.
time, this woman is the type of ugly that would make a donkey on Viagra turn monk mode.
I mean, I don't know. I'd probably
asshole
never.
for
She
that.
would never be interested in somebody like me. So I don't know.
It's okay, Doug. We've all been there.
And I thank God that I am mentally, emotionally, spiritually strong enough to not be influenced
Are you?
to do something like that by someone like you.
She did not just
But
tell a
if I
big lie,
was,
did she?
I put your name in the letter so that
She
you would
did
get a
not
video
just lie on
from
this,
police
did she?
after I was gone.
She did.
Hope you have a blessed day.
So as you can see, this interaction went from
Well, everyone
bad
has a
to
everyone has
worse.
a different
It's
opinion
pretty
on that.
ugly. And
So
for those of you guys who are not aware, a content creator, her name is Sedona Violet. She goes by Sedona Violet on TikTok, and she is basically a black feminist content creator, and she had a video go viral a few weeks ago where she basically said that men are basically ugly, that almost the entirety of like the male species is ugly, and that ugly men don't really deserve to live, right? And so she went out and said that, made some very, very honestly disparaging and disrespectful terms about men, and of course she received a lot of criticism. She received a lot of feedback. But what's interesting to me is what actually seems as if it got under her skin, because there are men saying things, there are people making comments, and for the most part she was kind of joking and laughing about some of the different feedback that she was hearing from commenters, particularly men. But it seems as if when it was this black woman who called her out, that really got under her skin. And there might be a few reasons for this. First one is, I don't think we don't genuinely live in culture where black women are used to calling black women out on egregious behavior. And by egregious, I mean misandrous. I mean hateful towards men. We don't really exist in a society where we're used to doing that. We are used to calling out misogyny, but it's not commonplace for a woman to call out another woman for being misandrous. And I do think this was shocking, particularly to Sedona, because the content creator who called her out is someone that she actually respected. The content creator that called out Sedona, she actually has a very large following. She actually has a larger following than Sedona herself. So, I'm wondering if that played a role into why she was so triggered. Because it's one thing to just have like random dudes on the internet or just random users on the internet calling you out. They don't really have much of a following. These are just random people with like 5 followers. A larger content creator isn't really going to care, especially if they just simply want numbers. They want traction. They want people talking about them. You're kind of serving their purpose. But then it's another thing if you have another channel that is just as influential or even more influential than you, calling you out, really holding your feet to the fire. Like that's just that's another level of accountability. So I'm wondering if that played a role into why she felt the need to respond. I think another thing that was really disturbing to me is the way in which she was basically trying to shame or gaslight the black woman out of criticizing her by alluding to the fact that her behavior could lead someone to an unalighting herself. Like that was, I know she was doing it in a rather sophisticated way, but to me, I read that as, hey, you shouldn't have said this. You've gone too far. And I want you to know that if I ever did do something, if I ever did do something to myself, it's your fault because you're me. Like that. I mean, that's the message that I got from that. And to me, that's not necessarily fully taking responsibility for the kind of energy that you're putting out. Because again, if you decide to make a video about how ugly 50% of the human population is, you literally cannot be surprised when anybody judges your looks, judges your overall health, judges your overall state of being, like, because that's the energy that you put out.
Yeah,
and
that's a long ass video.
One of the reasons social media can actually be so toxic for people is because I think people are not always prepared to handle the backlash of what it is that they're doing. They're very comfortable on the front end. They're very comfortable doing and saying what they want to say, especially if it gives them the immediate attention. But it's the backlash, and it's knowing how to navigate the repercussions of what's said that some people just have a very, very hard time managing. And I think that's why it can be very detrimental for people's health. It can be very jarring. It can be very confusing.
She must be
and
a
especially
therapist.
if you're a person who is not used to having any level of accountability, and you're not used to having really anybody tell you the cold, hard truth, TikTok, social media is that on steroids. And so for Sedona to bring up the situation of being unalived and basically alluding to the fact that the way the other content creator was handling that could cause somebody to unalive themselves or do something harmful, I thought that was a little bit lowbrow, honestly, because she's not really taking into consideration how.
Oh, by the way, notice the septum ring.
Septum ring. Septum in both nostrils.
Yeah.
There ain't no was there no, I don't see the septum one in the middle.
I do.
She doesn't have that.
It's there. You gotta, if you could like zoom in a bit, possible
really
Z.
but I don't want to like get like too close to that face, to be honest. But
nobody does.
I don't blame you. By the way, those glasses are back from the '60s.
And said that most men are.
But come on now, hey, I think we got enough that we could chop up. You know what I'm saying? Like, this video is rather long. I mean, we have a lot of women's opinions, but I think we have enough to chop on, and discuss if you guys want to. You know what I mean? Like, come on now.
That's a hell of an ugly face. She's I wouldn't say she's a 2, but that's definitely a 3.
Look where it's frozen. I got one final word for Mr. Meach before I say goodnight. Meach, if you can hear me, we were talking about the Bears game earlier. One final stat for you. Why did the Bears attempt 6 fourth down conversions and only convert 3 of them?
Damn. That's fucked up.
3 for 6 on fourth downs. You take those 3 and you turn it into field goals, you'll walk off in regulation.
Were they close enough for the field goal on all those fourth downs?
Yes.
Really? They were in field goal range on all those fourth downs?
Matter of fact, if my memory serves correct, 2 of them were in the red zone.
Oh, that's a tough loss. Yeah, that's a tough loss. I didn't see it, but
3 for 6 on fourth down, 2 of them in the red
Yeah,
zone.
what's your team?
I got the Niners personally, but whatever. We just got our teeth kicked in, last night.
Hey, listen, Dub, I've been a Niner fan since '81, and we got our teeth kicked in by the best team in the NFC. But given the fact that we had a litany of injuries and we lost all of our offensive and defensive captains, including George Kittle, and we still wound up 12-5 and still get a win in the playoffs, I'll take it.
No, I was looking at somebody else who's some YouTuber who just listed all the problems that we have coming up. I'm like, oh, we could be in for some bad couple years, because they were saying basically like Seattle, their entire team is younger than ours. Mm-hmm. And we have these holes, that holes, the other ones. And I'm like, uh-oh, this could be troublesome. And everyone's probably going to blame it on Brock, because it's always blamed on the quarterback. But
that's why we have the offseason. That's why we have the offseason to fix it.
I hope so.
That's why we have the offseason to fix it, because I don't think Seattle will be here for a couple of years. Like when they had the Legion of Boom and they only got 1 Super Bowl because of it. Thank you, Russell Wilson. But I'll leave it. I could go into a whole thing with Russell Wilson and why his career went down the toilet after Super Bowl 49, but I won't do it here.
Mm-hmm.
He was a good quarterback. I'll give that to him. He was a good quarterback, though.
Before you leave,
Yes, sir.
This episode has been brought to you by the Super Niner Crack.
Wait.
When Klingong and the Jim Hadar have a baby. And unfortunately, this is now a real character in Star Trek.
Again.
And here's the funny part, Snowman.
Yes.
It's all BTS's fault.
Did BTS inspire you to make that?
No. You don't understand. I got this from an actual Star Trek show.
I'm out.
No, yeah. There's
you know what? I retract my statement. The chick from the prior video, I'll take her over this one. You can have that one.
This is basically Simone Sanders and Blueface.
Yeah, I'll leave that one to you, buddy. You can have her.
Nah. I don't want either one of them. I'd rather be by myself.
Where's Namer? Namer, you still here?
You know what? Stop
Yes, I'm
talking
here.
about Simone Sanders like that because number one, she is a world-class, future Hall of Fame defensive end.
Charles, you ain't shit for that.
She looks like she's like a former heavyweight champion of the UFC.
Oh gosh.
She looked like she ride trucks. She looked like she drive trucks and wear boxes with dick holes on both sides.
Oh,
you bitch, Charles.
Since when did you ever have a lick of sense?
He looks
like anyway. Snowman, hold on, Charles, hold on. Snowman, you wanted to ask me something?
Give me a minute, Charles. You owe me an interview, man, because we got to pay some homage to Matt Granahan for bringing us together.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we got to work out some time for that. As far as Namer goes, I leave you with two things. And Namer, these two things I'm going to play are your fault.
And they are?
I am too old for this bullshit.
And
okay.
No time for this bullshit.
And that's BGS's new mantra, by the way, folks. Courtesy of his resident and favorite problem child, moi.
I'm glad I recorded it the night that I did.
Yeah, of course, because I'm saying it's BTS's fault, but it kind of is his fault because he once made a comparison with the Jim Hadar and how he's always said black people are the Klingons of the
he did.
And he also pointed out that we were the Jim Hadar too. So my guess is one of the writers watched the show and
came up with
created
that.
This monstrosity.
I ain't got no time for this bullshit.
Oh, come on. All right. So
and by the way, she's very aggressive.
I didn't know that BGS was a Trekkie. I didn't know that BGS was a long-time Trekkie, but hey, you learn, you live.
Namer.
Go ahead.
This is remember, this is Starfleet Academy. It's about the Academy. Her first scene is making a cadet drop down and give her 50. Right? Yelling at the drill sergeant. Go ahead.
One final time.
I ain't got no time for this bullshit.
And on that, I better get out of here.
Yeah,
night. Hey, say our best to our sister-in-law.
Will do. And she's got the day off tomorrow, so she's gonna be jumping up and down for the national championship tomorrow night.
Okay.
No, I call her.
You sure it's okay for her to be jumping up and down with her knee?
Oh, she's fine.
Okay.
Her knee's better now. She's been walking a lot.
Okay, good.
You can thank Bum Leg Orthopedics for that, you know? Oh, my leg, oh, my leg, oh, my leg, oh, my leg.
You know what, Namer? I got a bone to pick with your punk ass.
I
got a bone to
I got a stinking ass, but not a punk ass. Okay.
I got a bone to pick with your punk ass before I get out of here. We were walking.
What did I do?
I'm going to tell you. We were walking around the farm one day, and both of us were really tired. And get in, we sit down and we're talking, and all of a sudden, out of my wife's office, I hear, "Oh my leg, oh my leg, oh my leg."
It's always Nama's fault.
I walked in there and cracked up laughing. She says, "You know some of this shit I get from your show, right?" "Yes, honey, I know." She did, man. Maling. Oh, Jesus. Now what?
She doesn't do it. She's got a 14-inch vertical leap. What can you do? She got you right on clean, right on top of the head with it. She got you right on top of the head.
And all this
Brilliant.
Started with her saying, "Don't be showing my dirty ass house," and BGS jumping all over it, going, "Are you sure that ain't a black woman you married?" That's how all these goddamn jokes started. No, seriously, I love you guys. Let me get out of here.
Love you, son. All right, sleep well, man.
Thank you.
Have a good Monday. Yeah, happy Epiphany, by the way.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, to everybody don't know, I mentioned this before to all of us Orthodox Christians. Tomorrow is is an important holiday for us. It's Epiphany. January 19th, we celebrate Epiphany, which is when we commemorate the day Jesus was baptized in the River Jordan.
Okay.
So holy water galore. Holy water galore.
Oh, praise the Lord.
Right on.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate that for sure.
What denomination are you a part of, Dub?
I'm Catholic.
If you are Christian. Oh, okay, Catholic. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not bad. I know a few Catholics.
Yeah. I mean, I see all the chitter chatter, versus all the most famous Protestant ones, Eastern Orthodox ones on YouTube. So I watch a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Nice.
I was curious though about what people think about like the ICE situation, mainly, we can avoid it though. It's not like I have to talk about it because
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about it earlier, so we had too many jokes on that one as well. So we're gonna leave it at that.
All right.
Here's my position. Mm-hmm. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with ICE's mission per se. Getting illegal immigrants who don't belong here out of the country. That being said, they need to do it as safely as possible, and they are entitled to some scrutiny to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would also, if I can add something to that as well.
Yes.
As well, what I do not need, I don't think anybody needs this, is Christy Gnomes out here doing photo ops every now and then. Because we understand, some of the operations that are being done are just photo ops, and they're just to satiate that particular base of his supporters. The last thing you want to do is to give people a false sense of security. But then again, it's cheaper to give people a false sense of security than be actually providing genuine security. So yes, there needs to be a scrutiny, and they have to make sure that everything is by the book and there's no open to abuse, but also there needs to be thorough. There needs to be a level of thoroughness to make sure that everything in the organization, in the department, is from top to bottom, by the books, in order. I mean, recently I just found out that I remember somebody talked about recently the list of people who work for ICE has been exposed. Some ICE members, some people who work for ICE have been doxxed and shit.
Yeah.
I get that people are mad at them, but doxing federal agents, right or wrong,
no way,
is not the no. That you understand. You do that if you set a dangerous precedence by doing that. So what's next after that? People work for the ATF or the DEA or something like that. You're just going to be putting the wrong people in danger. That's endangerment. Endangering federal officials and whatnot is a crime.
Hold on. Go ahead, Charles.
Number one.
Sorry.
You are law enforcement, and a public servant.
Mhm.
Your information's public anyway.
Okay.
Now, if you're
Oh, is
putting
it?
people's
Okay.
houses,
Not like that though.
yeah, here. Okay, tell me about law enforcement now. Anybody?
Go
I
ahead,
know a
Charles.
little bit about law enforcement, but
So do I. So do I.
Extra officer though.
In other words, certain things are public knowledge. Your house is private, your things and like that, but your name and information where you work is public. Number two, people always ask, "Are you scared to go home?" Because I lived in a city where I worked. No, because I'm going to shoot you. I'm not going to ask you questions. If you come up on me, I'm going to shoot you. Multiple times, probably. Now, people got to think against ICE. It's not because, oh, ICE is racist. No, it's because people in America don't like authority. You're a bunch of hellions. If you can't be here illegally, then what's the problem? Well, you're taking our family members away. Well, you can go visit them in their country of origin. Because when this shit happens to black people and only black people, you give a fuck less. I don't want to hear none of this shit. Y'all going and breaking into FBI fucking vehicles, stealing rifles, weapons, paperwork. You're lucky that somebody didn't gas you or shoot you.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me that these little riots that are going on are fucking peaceful when you're destroying property, when you're endangering officers' lives. And the only reason you give a fuck is because it's Karen and not Tyrone.
And I can agree with you to a certain extent on some of the stuff, because there's like local PD or local sheriff, local offices, local people. But then when people are coming in here and they're like, oh, they're staying at this hotel, that's getting kind of different. You know what I mean? Like somehow people are getting insider information, or maybe it's just a psyop to claim that they are getting certain information. But either way, you can't be doing that. That's illegal. You cannot be doing that. You're actively doing something against basically what is considered our military on the inside, right? PD is pretty much our military on the inside, from what I believe about it. But
Your police and military are separate entities. They're fruit,
yeah,
but they're fruit, but apples and oranges. Here's the thing: all of these people got an issue with the police because we glorify criminals in America. It's what it is. If it's not true, look at most of your major music genres. Your rock music talks about love, sex, rock and drugs, and rock and roll. And most of your fucking hip hop is what? Criminality.
Mm-hmm.
So that being said, you have a bunch of liberals who've been indoctrinated by a bunch of fucking feminist, blue-haired, lesbian motherfuckers. But these same people who shame men think that the way you shame men and browbeat them, somehow you're going to galvanize these same men to protect you when shit goes bad. No, you sissified them. They're going to be looking for you to protect them because you told them how strong you are.
yeah. Well, yeah. There's a multifaceted way in which men have been beaten down on in the last, say, 15, 20 years, and it's coming to an apex now. But it's through immigration and pure, just it's law. In my opinion, you cannot be here if you didn't go through the proper channels. You are in fact illegal, therefore you are committing a crime by not going through those proper channels, and people are complaining that these people should stay here when that's not the way the channels work. That's not the way the country works. So why are you trying to block them from doing their jobs? You know what I'm saying? That's the way I see it. I don't get it though. Some people are spitting out like, the Fourth Amendment or the this amendment. And I'm like, what amendment? Like, somebody please show me where it says somebody who's not a citizen has any of these amendments. I don't know because I've never read it personally myself. But if somebody wants to show me, please break it down. You know, if that's the side that you're on, and we can have a logical conversation. But I'm not seeing it.
You both have valid points, and I get what you mean.
See what I'm saying, though? You see what I'm
I get
saying,
what your
though?
point. I get what you're saying. My point is this: as somebody who has been through immigration and whatnot, and understands how the process goes and everything in different countries, and how being an immigrant, the difficulties is, getting documentation, as well as the bureaucracy and how lacking it can be. My question is, who are they really going after when they say we're trying to take out the criminals and this, that, and the third? Are they, or are they taking out people they know they can take out without any problems? Because, like I said, if they're actually doing their jobs right and getting out the people who are here illegally, because they say that we're here to take out the criminals, everything. Are they taking out the people that really need to be taken out here? And to the people who are like here on actual green, who are here as legal residents, how do we know? Because if they're here legally and they get caught up, are they allowed? I say, what happens to them? Are they going to be allowed to return to their homes knowing that they have legal documentation? And my question is, if they're here legally, what documentation do they need to prove that they're here legally? And if they have a green card, is that sufficient? But then again, I've been told but some people are told no, that's not sufficient. Then what the hell is? There's a lot. The reason I'm asking these questions is because there's a lot. The waters are a little murky here, and they're getting muddied up in certain ways. And there needs to be, and just like I said earlier, there needs to be a lot more scrutiny, and there needs to be more crystal clear. What is real? What are they actually doing? How their mission is? And I do think, wait, hold up. And I also do think, just like with law enforcement, there needs to be an understanding between them and the public. Because one of the things that really destroys is, law enforcement for doing their jobs is a lack of trust from the public. And sometimes when you lose trust from the public, it's harder to do your jobs. Especially when especially when they have a mistrust for you, especially when they know there's things like open abuse or blatant abuse that's going on or whatnot. These are things that need to be mentioned and need to be, put into perspective. But go ahead.
I personally, unless somebody else wants to go ahead and add to that.
Here's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
If you're here illegally, and it's one thing to have a green card, but it's a different situation.
Right.
Okay.
If you're here illegally and you get caught, it's no different if I steal a TV out of a shop and I get caught.
All right.
The reason why they upset is because the demographic this affects the most.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't the descendants of slaves.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Why should we feel sorry for them? But these the same people who called me nigga and cockroach in Spanish.
Fair enough.
Is it all of them? No. Is it too many of them? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You get mad if I say hello to your daughter or your sister.
Fair point.
But you screw our women at will.
And they bring their racism. They bring their own racism to your shores too. Let's not forget about that.
So if everybody gets to be treated like a nigga, which you gotta admit, that's the one thing I like about Trump's plan.
Everybody can get it.
Everybody can be treated like a nigga.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy that because true equality is when you shit on everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Equality isn't everybody getting treated nice. It's when you get shitted on everybody.
Yeah.
If
I
these
mean,
guys,
it's a different level when you're talking about. I think when you're talking about kicking somebody out of a country and having them come into a country where they have to assimilate, that's slavery. But then immigration nowadays is if you're coming into the country, you have to assimilate. So then there's two different things that are going on there. One happened, say 300-400 years ago, where the Africans came over on the slave trade, and now it's just so everyone, whereas they had to come in and assimilate via being a slave. That's harsh.
Forceful
Very
assimilation.
harsh. Yes. Versus,
I think, but I think what
see
you're
what
trying
I'm
to say is
saying?
actually, no, I get what you're saying, but I think the term you're actually looking for is integration, because you got to be integrated before you can be assimilated. And the problem with assimilation is you have to give up your own identity to become part of that, which is kind of absurd, I would say.
I don't think so. I think that's very fair.
I can't, no, because you have to give up your culture and everything, because I'm an immigrant.
Yeah.
I'm an immigrant myself.
Okay.
But the thing is I'm an immigrant in a different country. I'm not assimilated though. I'm integrated into the society.
You a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, so it's easier for you to understand assimilation because I would allow you into.
I know what. Yeah, but no, assimilation is different. But assimilation is a little more different than that. But it means you have to give up your own culture, your own language, and everything. You have to be completely that. And I can say, in my case, that is absurd because being of a different race and everything.
It's not though because
it's integrated. I believe you have to integrate first. Assimilate is a little too much for certain people. I mean, what's wrong with maintaining a certain aspect of your own identity while being a citizen of that country? Because when you're out of your house, you're an American, but when you're at home, you are you're just yourself.
Okay, now if you understand what America is, that was a breakaway from the UK, right? So we came over here, we colonized. I know that's the popular word. So we came over here, we dominated the land, and then anyone else, and we all fought for that. And then for years, we fought to try to keep that alive. We took slaves in from Africa, were forced to assimilate. Now they have assimilated to an extent, right? They have,
and they
some
develop
of
their own
them
culture out of survival. Yes.
But so we're all the same culture. Now we have to accept other people in. Oh, wow, that's just dividing and conquering the entire establishment that was set up. The white people from the UK came over. They dominated the Indians. And then we brought over some Africans, let's just say, right? I'm not trying to be an asshole. But the Africans came over.
Okay.
Now the whites that came over who fought, and then the Africans came over who had to be slaves, now need to accept the fact that since our land is somewhat stable, let's just call it that, now they have to accept all these other immigrants in now. That doesn't make any sense. We never really got to see our true prosperity. We never got to see what we could be. To me, that's what it equates to. And I'm kind of pissed. For all Americans, I'm pissed. Not just,
I get your point, but this has been an argument that's been running for the last 200 years.
I'm sure.
Talking about, no, I'm serious, because remember, you've had immigrants coming in here from all over the world. Especially with, take for example, those coming in from Eastern Europe. from some parts from Southern and Eastern Europe. Imagine how they try to assimilate into the population, but unfortunately they were mostly rejected because one, they were Catholic, and two, they were, non-Germanic. How many Italians, how many Eastern Europeans, they had it rough.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how is somebody supposed to? How is somebody supposed to? Okay, so you have the colonizers that came over. They're going to get blamed for everything. You have the slave people that came over, and they're going to want reparations. And now you have
and don't forget the indigenous people here.
So
yeah,
here's
they want
here's the
reparations
problem.
too.
So here's the problem.
But now you have immigrants that also.
Here's the biggest problem. Here's the biggest
crazy.
problem. All that. Here's the biggest problem. All that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why are we fighting for people who don't have a claim to this country?
Exactly.
Number one, we have Black Americans have a bigger claim to this country than even 90% of white Americans. Hell, we have just as much claim as the so-called original Americans.
Yeah, we were here, literally.
Now, when we look at this, right? Why am I going to let somebody come in here and get a step up above me, and I've been here for 500 years?
I ain't gonna let nobody do nothing like that. And my family been here a little bit longer than yours, and we do have ties. I can tell you that because I am white. I'm sorry to tell you, but I've enjoyed conversation so far. You know,
I mean, I might have been here longer than you because some of my family are native.
Possibly,
Possibly. So it's
I came in on the later Irish boat or something. Who knows?
Because hey, if you came up here Irish, you're historically Johnny come lately to America. So
yeah, it could be.
Doug, can you sing the Rocky Road to Ireland? Can you sing the Rocky Road to Dublin?
I'm gonna because you got to realize this.
Okay.
When you have
just kidding.
When you have people who come over here, you're giving notice. These people can't come over here poor. You're neglecting all the people who come on the social economic scale that's on the bottom, which for unfortunately is a lot of Black families and a lot of Black people.
Yep.
And you're gonna boost these people up into damn near white status. And you think that's not gonna make an uproar?
Yeah.
It's the same thing when DEI fucking fell apart. That only 3% of fucking Black people did DEI affect. So that only mostly helped white women and gays. So that's another fight that we don't have. See, when it comes to reparations, the problem is in this country that I'm going to end on with, how the fuck does everybody else get their reparations before we did? And nobody else fought for their reparations at all, except Black America.
So what I want to say on the reparations piece is, like, let's say that the English came in first, and
Hold up. Before we speak on this, are you Black?
Yeah, go ahead. No, I'm not. I'm white.
You can't speak on reparations.
No. Just hold on. Let me say something. So because I'm going to describe myself as a specific type of white. Let's say that. I mean, I don't know my history very well, but let's say that the UK came over, and then they have the Tea Party stuff. So those were a specific kind of white people, and then let's say the slavery people from Africa came over, and then let's say the people from Ireland came over last. I mean, I don't know. You could tell me. I have no idea. But the Ireland people, I don't think they would have been treated very well.
Well, the people who came over last are usually the Irish, the Chinese,
Eastern Europeans,
So I have some red in my beard, is what I'm saying. I have some red in my beard.
Yeah, and
so
the
if I have
Chinese.
some red in my beard, like, was I disadvantaged? For sure I was. I didn't have any connections, I didn't know anyone either. Now,
Don't forget being Catholic was a big issue.
I don't know. See, that's where it becomes a big question because it is kind of a melting pot situation. But however, I think that we could put all this stuff aside and just say we don't need any more undocumented illegal immigrants here. This is not cool. You know what I'm saying? And we
That's
need
true.
to unite as people like that and just say, no, for now, this is one of our number one issues.
Well,
And it's as tough as it is for everybody.
One
you
of
know?
the issues is because people think there's a blank check. There's no government has a blank check. Eventually, you keep fucking with the money, and a lot of immigrants, what do? They put their money overseas, and they don't invest in the country. So if I buy a house in Mexico or name whatever European or whatever country or even African country where their money
100%.
stretches further. You're not investing into the country, but I had to invest in this country A1 day one. And you're not even going to retire in this country. You're going back home.
With your blood, sweat, and tears.
So
that's been happening for a long time.
Think about it.
Go
You're
ahead,
letting
I'm sorry.
people come here. It's one thing if you come here and you do it the legal way. I have no problems with that.
Yeah.
But then you're taking, even if it's the worst jobs, because people say, oh, well, they do the jobs nobody want. How do you know? Because if you're broke and you need a job's a job. So
Job's a job.
how many young black boys could go into construction in the city of Baltimore? Are we going to allow them to go? Are we going to allow them to get the training? No, because how many people fix houses and the first thing they did to do is, oh, we're going to get this Hispanic. Nothing against them.
It's cheaper.
Get your money, but at the same time, black men will work. In the words of Cerulean Gray, black men just don't want to get paid a Mexican peso. We want to get paid in American dollars, not Russian rubles, not the British sterling pound. Okay, we would have been paid in American money.
But I do too, though. Well, that's my point. Is like I'm going through it right now. Right now, I'm like, I want to get paid this, and I'm dealing with neighbors that don't understand what's going on. Oh, like we need this, and I'm like, I'll take the job. No problem. As long as my boss
You want a
ain't
fair
treating me
pay.
like an asshole.
And when you're
let me put it this way:
get paid.
No American wants to get paid. It's a
on the
ridiculous
cheap.
way. You want to
You don't
cheapen
get
it
minimum
out.
wage.
And here's the fucked up part. You got motherfuckers who think they should be making like $25 an hour at McDonald's.
Yeah, that's going to send the prices through the roof, and no one's going to buy your Big Mac. So then you got fired at the end of the day anyway. So you can't do that.
And if you think you're gonna, and no offense to anybody working fast food, hey, honest work is honest work.
Yes, it is.
But if you think you're gonna take care of a family of four successfully, working in a drive-through, you got to be a little delusional. Either that, or you can't, or you're living above your means.
Take a look at the private chat.
Huh?
Take a look at the
That's for
private.
Doug.
Yep.
Charles.
You need to read that book before you talk to us about reparations.
No. I know a little bit about this. What the talk is.
It's a little bit, but it's much more.
I've watched a couple of shows. Here's the problem that I have with reparations. So
let me stop you right there,
bro.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you. You might have watched shows.
Let me get the rebuttal, though, please.
But hold on. Yeah. But you might have watched shows, but you haven't lived it for almost 44 years.
I'm older than you.
So in other words, if you're not black and you haven't had the world perceive you as black, you had to live in a black body. There ain't much of shit you can tell me, is it? That's like hold on. That's like you telling a woman you know how it feels to have menstrual cramps or to be pregnant. That is disingenuous at best.
Yes, it is very.
Okay, whenever you guys are done, let me respond, and I'll respectfully let you continue. You know what I mean? Like,
go ahead, because
we're
I'm
trying to
just
be a
warning
panel,
you.
right? So yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So I've been on the planet for 45 years, and I have not experienced a level of such inequality that people keep talking about. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but that's the only way that I can say it. Now, with concern to something like ADOS, I am familiar with what that is, right? American Descendants of Slavery. I understand that. However, when you look at it and you try to break it down, if, let's say, I've heard high numbers on this. Let's say 20 trillion was to be handed out to an ADOS type atmosphere where it was going to be handed out to people of American descendants of slavery, then some people are going to feel slighted, and then they're going to just continue to act as if the color of their skin is the only way that they're being judged. So then we're still going to end up with the same problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've thought about it, you know.
Here's the ultimate, right? Everybody's going to have their prejudice, right?
Yes.
Is racism about prejudice or is it about institutional?
I can't tell you that because I'm
No.
not the one
You
who's
can
going to
give me
be
an
answering
answer.
those questions. I'm just a poor guy. You know
So
what I'm
give me
saying?
an answer. Give me an answer about racism. Is it about the prejudice or is it about the institution?
I don't think it's about either one of them. I think it's about
It's number one, it's about
okay,
the
go ahead.
institution. There's prejudice, which is a singular thought process against one's race, creed, gender, whatever. But racism is an institution. When you make an entire institution, when you talk about drapetomania and negritude, when you make up psychological conditions and have them in the books, literally in the DSMs, as in why would a slave run away? They have to have a they have to have a mental issue. When you illegally, unethically commit acts against people like surgery without anesthesia, like,
well, that's fucked up. Yeah.
well, you're not even considered a human being. You're
Yeah, I would. Yeah,
three-fifths
that's
of a man.
that's really messed up.
So
Yeah.
when you look at a whole institution and then when you quote unquote ended slavery, you still have it in the 13th Amendment as punishable by a crime. So you just went from one institution to another institution when you understand what? Rogue and vagabond.
So
You understand the school to prison pipeline. When you privatize prisons, when you create things like
Vagrancy laws.
when you create vagrancy, rogue and vagabond, which that is vagrancy. So
Right.
when you create
So,
certain laws,
but hold on. Like, I'm not. I don't claim to be a historian. However,
I do.
I do know personally that it's not what you know, but who you know. So
And
then
now you're giving more credence to my statement. Because in order to have an institution, you must have what? You must have connections.
you have to have connections. Yeah, network. A
network. So in other words,
What happens when you cut
you
off from
could
that
be, you could be poor white trash from the trailer park.
Mm-hmm.
You go to school with some rich white boy. You go to school with some rich white boy. You go to school with some rich white boy. He cleans you up, gets you a haircut, puts you in a three-piece suit. Nope.
The talented Mr. Ripley.
Because it's happened.
But
Put you in middle
here's the thing.
management.
The thing is that I have my degree. And I got patches. You know, I was not only a scholar or whatever. I got my degree, but I was an athlete too, and I earned my degree by getting paid for it. So I'm kind of both. I'm struggling. I can't even get a job down at the corner, the corner store. There are
And
reasons
this
for
is
that because I have a gap in my wages. But
you just
I
now
mean, come on, brother.
But you got to remember, what a lot of white people are going through in the last few months to a couple of years.
Nah, I'm talking about the longest. I got the one good job that I had. I got from I would say he was just, I'll put it this way, Korean. And he said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Not much." And he goes, "You want a job?" And I go, "Yeah." So it's who you know, not what you know. And it's
who
even,
controls a lot of these institutions.
of course.
So if you're looking at what black people went through for reparations, think of how much labor for free that black people didn't get paid for. Think of how much land was stolen. Think of how many innocent black people, especially black males, were lynched. Think about this. How many motherfuckers came to this country and utilized civil rights that they didn't fight for? Think about how many programs, how many invent. We still use 85% of the inventions we use today were made by black hands. So how is it that the motherfucker who's the most American is getting the least out of the deal?
Yes.
And then America gets pissed when we turn our back on America. Because nobody wants to listen to a poor white man. Nobody wants to listen to the Hispanics. Nobody wants to listen to the Asian unless black support it.
No,
Nobody even
because
wants to listen to the gays.
the thing is when you look at it all and you talk about who came over here first and quote unquote colonized it, and then that took some lives to do that in wars or whatever, and then then they took slaves over. Yeah, and obviously that has its toll to take on the people that were slaves. Obviously some of them are worse off than others. Some of them probably had it pretty well. We don't know, we can't really say that because it's not
Bullshit.
popular to say. But
Bullshit.
and then maybe there's other immigrants that came in, but I'm sitting here telling you, I have a degree from like the year 2000, right? And I earned my shit as a scholar player.
And where did
Who
you get a
came from?
degree? What did you get a degree in?
I came from a family that made nothing, so
What
I
you get a
earned that
degree in?
myself. My family didn't have to pay for any of that, so I'm looking at it going, "Where's my stuff?"
He means scholarship, folks.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
what did you get a degree in?
Business administration.
Okay.
So let me
I spent a
break this
couple
down.
of years in. I spent a couple of years in sales because I like to talk to people. I like to hear people, talk to people. Find out what their needs are. We're going, yeah, you need that. Well, then I have that. What's up? And I can compare amongst the competitors, things like that. It's all good. But and I made good money there. And I ran into other life situations that took me out of that. But now I'm 8 years after, all the things passed by, all that curveball that life throws you passes by. And I'm like, I can't even get nothing.
I want you to think about this, right? I want you to think about this, right? I want you to look at not only reparations, but I want you to look at this. Because reparations isn't just about the money. Because most people get mad about reparations because nobody in this country wants a black person to get shit, and they don't get nothing out of it.
I ain't concerned about that, but you give me the other reason.
I'm gonna tell you why. How much land was stolen? There's so much generational wealth that's been stolen, literally stolen, from redlining and other things. You can say,
Redlining,
okay, but it's,
blockbusting,
yeah.
creation of the suburbs. We were only allowed to utilize the GI Bill to after the Vietnam War, yada, yada,
Yep.
yada.
But this is crazy because I could sit here and tell you that I can give you a map to where my family leads back to the Indians. So, do I get anything out of this?
So, in other words, right? Well, here's the question. Even the Italians and the Irish got their reparations back in the police departments in this country and fire departments.
Nah, I'm not going for that.
And the labor
Oh,
unions. And the
and the
labor
No
labor
way.
unions. Bullshit. It's
No
historically
way.
correct. So why is it
No,
that?
it's not. It's not because I didn't
read
get
the.
mine
Can I recommend a
specifically.
book?
Tell me.
Can I
So
recommend a
let
book?
me ask you something.
Hold
Hey,
on, brother.
Charles. Can
Hold
can
on,
I recommend a
hold
book for
on.
you, brother? Read How the Irish Became White by
Hold
Egnahoff.
on, bro. Hold on, brother. What I will tell you is, like, if you are proposing a certain scenario where a certain kind of people, ADOS, is given a flat rate pay right now, whatever, or in that and into the future, they're given a set amount of pay. I'm from the original Indians that were here, believe it or not. And then how do I prove it? How much percentage of my DNA do you need to believe to where, and then what do I get? You know, just because I'm not in the tribe that gets paid because they're over living in
Okay.
Arizona, that certain, you know, it's.
See, but here's
So
the
I have
problem.
a
But
gripe.
see, what you just did is there
What I,
every time there's an issue when you have another person on a panel who's not of the Black American race, there's always a what do I get out of it? Listen,
well, I mean,
well,
no,
hold on. I'm
because
not
that's
finished.
what
I'm not finished.
reparations is
I'm not.
about, though,
I'm not
right?
finished. Here's the problem, right? Like I said earlier, this is the fact of the matter. 99% of black boys cannot go to fucking court, and the boys will be boys doctrine will be used for them. The age of adolescence, the mischievousness.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, well,
So
I mean,
wait a minute,
that's
wait a minute. Gotta
kind of
calm down
different.
for a
Okay.
second. So in other
Yeah.
words, when you went to sales and you know how to speak with some vernacular and wear a tie, 90% of people are not going to look at you and ask what your background is. Because, hey, white people might not like to hear it, but a lot of white people know know what they're chosen for. So, if you get a black guy,
I've heard
No,
plenty
let him
of.
finish. Let him finish. We listen to you.
so,
Let him finish.
so if you
Okay.
get a black guy, same qualifications and everything, how many times have that black guy been refused for a job? Not because he's not qualified, but because people have preconceived notions. How many
And
black
also
people?
because of nepotism.
Nepotism is a motherfucker. How many times do
No,
you
so
go to
now
bank?
you're
How many
kind of
times?
ganging up, though,
Let him
bro.
finish.
That's not,
How many times
yeah,
have
of
black
course.
people
Let him finish.
who have the credit score,
I think
who
I'm
have
probably gonna
everything?
get dropped, guys. I mean, I can't
No,
because
I'm
you're
asking you a real
piling
question.
on.
I'm asking
You're
you a real
piling
question.
on now.
I'm gonna ask you this real question, right? Do you think whiteness has an advantage in this country?
No, at this point, I don't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, see, right then and there, and that's the reason why the conversation between black men and white men will always be murky.
I don't care actually because I can divert to the fact that I'm claiming that I could probably bring you papers to show that I'm actually Indian. So
Oh, you
But
then
mean the
earlier
I
on you were
lived
talking
here
about you was
before.
Irish.
I lived,
you're
well, I have a
from
red beard. I was making a joke. But if I could bring you papers to say I'm actually Indian,
I could
then
what? I could bring me
hold
fucking
on.
DNA.
Hold on. Wait a minute. What if well, since you're Indian, didn't you guys already get your reparations?
Yeah, they did.
no,
Yeah, they did.
no,
Yes, they
no,
did.
they didn't.
You got your tribal
No, they
status.
didn't. No, they
all
didn't.
you have to do is find your tribe. And
Again, so then you have the same. What we have is the same problem.
No, we
I'm
don't.
complaining.
No, we don't.
So wait, just okay. Let me know when it's my turn to talk, and then because it's your sound. So
Go ahead.
Okay, so if I'm sitting here saying I'm Indian, Native American here, and then you're saying they already got what they deserved, ADOS would be the same thing. It's going to be, oh, well, I wanted some and I didn't get any, but guess what? It happened again. I'm black or I'm brown, and it happened to me again.
Well, we didn't. Every time we try to build our own town, they tore it down.
So, are you gonna? No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Damn it! Every
No.
time we try to build a damn town for our damn selves without anybody's
No.
help, white folk came and burned that shit
Nope,
down.
that's not gonna play, bro. Come on.
See, this is the bullshit right here.
You can't try to. Okay, wait, because here's what the thing is you can't try to segregate yourself into your own little town and say I'm not selling to the whiteys.
You guys did it all the
or
time.
or anyone. You can't do that.
You know, y'all did it for
at that point. You would be an invader.
Y'all did it for how many centuries?
Well, it's the United States of America, so we got to find a way to get along. You can't get
in
money
other words, how come you have red lines?
Brother, you can't get money from the government and expect them to say you could only do business with the colored people.
No,
forget about the white people.
Guess
we
what?
would be
Jewish
killing
people do it
our
all the
own
time.
Just a moment,
country.
folks. Just a moment. Excuse me.
Hold on. That's the thing. We just didn't do business with colored folks. We did business with white folk too. They got jealous and took our shit over.
Oh, come on, man.
Rosewood, anybody?
Just a moment. Rosewood, Tulsa, Chicago, Peoria, Illinois, DC at one time. But before we continue,
All right, I'm gonna
before we
drop out.
hold on, wait, but
let the
please,
man call his money
Doug.
out. Let the man call his money
Yeah.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna drop out.
Okay. Okay, you do that. You have a good evening. You have a blessed evening. Bye bye. All right, LAPD SWAT. Thank you for the $5. He says, we were 2/3. Actually, it doesn't even mean to say 3/5 human legislated out of humanity for the first time in history. Was it 2/3 originally, or is it just always 3/5?
3/5.
Was it always 3/5 the whole time?
3/5. See, and I'm gonna just say this. What's up, Louis?
Okay. Hey, Art.
I'm gonna say this.
Hey, fame my brother from the other side.
You know, the professor extraordinaire. And see, this is an example of why I said it just now. Why honest conversations for most white men and most black men get very murky when it comes to reparations of race. You're going to tell the people how it feels to basically be black.
Charles, did that dude leave?
Yeah,
he did.
He's gone.
It's okay. Leave him be.
Oh shit!
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh shit! We got a special guest here. We got that ninja over there.
Yeah, we got the name
Hey,
is Antagonist. Oos, brother.
Oos.
Shouting the folks on the panel.
Does it mean I gotta change my name?
Can I say something right quick before the
Yeah,
intellectual
Go ahead.
I'm going to channel my inner Gusty renegade. He was distracting from the conversation. He was practicing white supremacy.
Pretty much.
All day. When you, and I'm gonna say this real quick before Dave start. You know, Dave start spitting hot fire like a goddamn golden dragon. The questions I asked him and what I just said is the perfect way you combat that shit. Because once you ask, is there any advantage to you being white? And he said no. You know he's full of shit. That's just. Do you think there's any advantage? Well, no. You full of shit. You know it is.
Chris Rock even talked about it.
Nameless. Optic blast that motherfucker. Go ahead.
I listened to what he said as long as I could, and originally I was gonna come up because of you, Namer, or Namer. But
hi.
Yeah, it was the immigration conversation, and there's a lot of layers to that, man. And
true.
After listening to this dude talk, people have to kind of understand and remember that whiteness has gradients to it, and we understand that.
Yes.
It's just interesting to see their perspective from it all. And from this particular individual, it sounds as if he's part of what Charles was talking about with the Johnny come lately, the interesting vicarious relationship that Irish people, Native American people, and Black folks have with each other, depending on where you're at in the country. And the thing about the whole Native American argument, unless you're Choctaw, if you have a heavy Irish background, 9 times out of 10, you had nothing to do with the actual indigenous people and where they got relocated now. Number 2, when it comes to the reparations conversation and individuals that are classified as Native American, a lot of them are either dead, have gotten screwed over from their money, it's gotten dried up right now, or they're predominantly run by white people. I'm gonna just straight up say that. Anyone right now that's actually working with the tribe, one of the primary issues they're having is rampant issues with drug abuse, alcohol, folks kicking the bucket off of non-communicable diseases, and low birth rates. It's absolutely insane. They're almost non-existent. And when you do see the ones that are thriving, the ones that are actually pulling the levers and making a lot of decisions for them, they're white people who've come from other locations. And when you get into Oklahoma, for example, what's going on out there is incredible. There's almost no real, how do I want to put this? Sure, they have casinos and stuff like that. But if you really sit down and talk with them, if they could do it again, they would have left the government alone. They ended up losing by winning. So when we talk about the idea that they've gotten, that there's some sort of check that they're getting that's comparable to what everybody else is getting now, when you see the real situation, it's sad. It's very sad. I want to jump to point 3 now on that. And I'm saying that to say that the argument of being Native American and trying to make a Native American claim, they don't even use blood quanta anymore. You're either on a register or you're not. You're either recognized by the bureau that the government set aside to put people on checklists, or you're not. It's that simple. There's no such thing as getting a DNA test, and you can't point to somebody that's not on a list somewhere and you're going to get included. It's just not the way that's done here. You have to get permission to be recognized, which should piss people off, but I don't see anybody doing anything about it, and they're not going to do anything about it from what I can tell. The next point, when it comes to individuals who've been classified as Black here, the receipt is in the way the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment was addressed. And I'm gonna make this next point, and I got no other way. I'm not gonna do that. I'll simply say this: if you aren't classified as white, if you aren't classified as Black, and if you aren't classified as Native American during that time period of 1865 and earlier, you were never intended to be included into the legislation that ended up being used when it comes to the immigration conversation. And while there are other things that were added later on down the line, there's a bigger conversation to be had on what the strategy was supposed to have been. Because when we talk about Black America, you have to understand that after the Civil War, we were not supposed to be here. Their original plan was for us to be
they were going to ship us off to Liberia,
Panama.
if I'm not mistaken.
No, Panama. We were going to work on the
Oh, Panama?
actual canal
Okay.
and continue
Oh.
with the railroad agenda. That's what Lincoln was on big time. We were going to be a population that sort of operated as a vassal sort of state, and we were going to handle Central America and handle business from a distance. I'm highlighting this point because there has always been an intention to control the hemisphere. And we were going to be a tool in that process. So there were a lot of different conversations as to how that went, but when they confronted Black America on what they should do, on the what, when, where, and why, one of the first conversations they had in DC, most people voted pretty closely to stay. And then we already know about Frederick Douglass's argument about if you don't fix the image here, then you're not going to fix the image anywhere. The point behind highlighting that is that there was a foundation originally for us to have a separate but equal existence.
Right.
There was an intention for us to have certain designated areas that we would own and control, especially along the coast. And then from there, we'd operate and do our own thing. But when they implemented Jim Crow, and the way Jim Crow got implemented, people got lumped together based off this race ideology. And from where I can see, no one's operating on a race modality outside of this hemisphere after the Spanish slave trade. I don't see it unless they're copying and pasting the model. I don't see it. What I see is a ethnic based modality. There's that group of people who are based on this ethnicity, who speak this language, who are co-living and cohabitating with this other group who have a different language and ethnicity. What I don't see is someone just simply saying, due to your phenotype and your classification of being white or being black, or more accurately, non-white, this is what you're entitled to. I don't see it. I understand that there's things that rhyme with it, like the caste system we see in India. But the way it was done here, it was made law. And we know how that played out after Bacon's Rebellion, why it was done, why they implemented the Code Noir, and then based a lot of those other laws predicated on that. There's a lot to say when it comes to our actual claim here. So if you aren't part of the original 3 ingredients, there is a statement to say that there is an addition, and there was an intention to resolve the argument by the radical Republicans to define birthright citizenship, for example, as, well, look, if you're born here, you're a citizen. This is what it was meant for. This is who it was supposed to address. But because civil rights continue to grow as a policy, more amendments were added that were done in the wake of what you would see with civil rights. And they begin to add that, especially when we get into the changes done to Title VII, which began to expand the protected classes, of which one of them became immigrants. And I'll parallel that by saying, if you look at anywhere else in the world, you can't just go into a lot of other countries and just because you're born there, you're a citizen.
Right.
Or even if, like right now, like looking at what it takes to be a citizen in Japan, for example, just getting residency damn near impossible. And especially now after what they've done recently with a lot of those recent changes, man, you need to be able to have so much money and be hiring people for what you're doing to work there. They even put age cutoffs for a lot of this stuff. You know, there's not a lot of places in the world where that sort of system is just done. Other places are far more aggressive with their immigration policies. What's not
I can
being
think of a
talked
few
about-
examples.
Well, I'm gonna say this last part and then you got it.
Go ahead.
Because I've talked a lot. And then for this, the last thing that's not talked about is that there is a preference for the type of immigration they're looking for. So there is definitely an economic discrepancy towards that on all economic brackets. So when we talk about infrastructure building from the construction worker, there's a preference for immigration that's coming from the business class. When it comes to specialized, individualized skill sets, there's also a preference towards that. People coming from particularly Vietnam, China, and India. Very, very big locations people are gunning for. And it's not just here, it's all over the place. They're looking for that. So the immigration conversation does get muddied because there's an economic interest to bring people here for that. But then there's a national conversation to be had about the argument of the culture piece, which I don't think the people who can pull the levers that greenlight a lot of this stuff, I don't think they're the ones that are making a determination as to how that plays out in the end, which is why we're seeing the results.
I want to propose something though, because I just thought of it. Okay, I hopped off real quick. I'm hopping back on. I'm like trying to claim, like, let's say I'm 5% Indian or 2% Indian, Native American, right? And then, but then that's it's. I'm just asking you to ponder it. If somebody was in ADOS, but then they were in the 5% that you left out, do they still have a right to complain? So is your system all set up so you know exactly who deserves what? Or do you get people like me who I'm like, no, like I got a 2%, 3%, whatever percent claim, and I'm like, I got left behind. I didn't get left with all the, because the 2%ers are like, yeah, we never got, from the Native American standpoint, I could say we didn't have all the connections. Of course I didn't. I'm in the 2%. I didn't know none of these people. My grandparents wasn't in the cool crowd.
Here's the problem, right?
Wait, we deaded this, didn't we? I'm just trying to make sure I'm not hearing things correct. Did
I
you
mean,
hear what we said?
You could go at it if you want, but I'm gonna just say this real quick. See, I'm gonna just say this, right? When it comes to reparations, how much money did the United States make off of natives? How many people in this country?
The entire country.
How many people? Because Native Americans got their reparations. As a matter of fact, Asian Americans got their reparations after World War II.
Because I'm stating that I didn't get mine.
Stop! I'm not finished. So, Asian Americans got their fucking reparations. What was it, about $25,000 back then, each person?
1945 money, yeah.
So, when the Italians got the fire departments around the country, when the Irish got the police departments, that's why so many police families are well off. What the fuck did black people get out of the deal? Because when it came to civil rights, everybody
But you're not like going at my question, because I'm trying to ask a serious question.
Because I want to let me dead this, man. Let me dead this, because this is actually dragging the conversation back. I answered it earlier. I don't know if you heard what I said before.
No, I didn't know.
The reason why you in particular and people who make the argument that you do, the reason why you didn't get anything is because the whole thing was a sham to start with. You had the Indian Bureau that was assigned that had a list. I'm explaining this to you so you can research this. They wrote a list of names, and people who were on that list were assigned a classification in a region and a territory to occupy and were given commissions as a result of that. As a consequence, even if you had a certain amount of blood quanta, regardless of that, if you can't trace your name to one of those other names, you don't get included in that.
I can agree with that. But then what happens is you're going to wind up with the same exact scenario with ADOS, because other people are going to be like, I have a claim. My claim got dismissed, and now I get nothing. I'm still going to be pissed off. And then we wind up in the same scenario we already were in.
No, and here's why not. I hear what you're attempting to articulate, and all I'm going to tell you is there's no system on this planet where what you said doesn't happen. Nothing. There's not a single system created by human beings where the very instance that you're describing doesn't occur. And that's why I have to label that as a moot point. I understand your articulation. I'm saying it's moot. It's moot.
Oh. So the problem becomes, because I will claim that, of course, you're going to make that statement, but it's only because you get yours in your lifetime, and the other people never got theirs.
Okay.
So
Wait.
So in other words,
Wait. But we're going to go in
200
circles
years
with
down
this.
the line,
Listen, we're
people
going in
are still going to have the same problems.
We're going in circles with this. That's part of the human condition piece. I mean, it's no different than people agree with democracy. You've got 49% and 51%, and that 49% don't mean a damn thing so long as you got the 51.
No,
if
it
we
does,
can
though.
understand that it doesn't. You need
It does,
you
though.
need the 51. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. In a democracy, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, it's the math. That's what people have decided towards. It doesn't matter if you go to a particular state,
So
anywhere you
democracy
go.
is what okay, but we can go into it. If democracy is what matters, then we can move on now.
No. I'm saying you're speaking about the inclusion piece, and I'm telling you this is a part of the human condition. If you've got people who are left out, and your argument is people are left out, I'm saying people have been left out constantly. There's no human system on planet Earth where other living, breathing humans implement something, decide on a policy, going in a particular direction, and don't have people left behind. It doesn't exist.
Okay, I have no problem with you saying that, but then you do understand that it's hard to get rid of. It's almost like wiping your you know what when you go to the bathroom, right? When you bring the Browns to the Super Bowl, you got to get it all wiped off. And if you didn't wipe off a certain 2%, they're always going to be like, well, I don't know what you guys are talking about on this, somewhat positions of privilege that other people got, because I'm totally mixed.
Yeah, it's called civil rights.
I'm a mixed bag, bro. I don't have any privileges. I can't
So
back
let me-
up my lineage
That's a
and
moot
say
point.
anything
That is
about
the
privilege.
moot point we're talking about. That's why we need to move on, because you're describing an aspect of human civilization.
So
People
wait a
get
minute.
left behind.
So wait a minute, buddy. Wait a minute, buddy.
Yeah.
Who fought for civil rights?
Everyone fought for civil rights that was from the North, right?
Bullshit.
No. Oh my god. Okay.
This is the reason why.
Okay. Do you even know? Wait. Do you know who the radical? You got me doing this to you. Do you understand how we got civil rights in the first place?
Wait, the North fought for civil rights, right?
No, they didn't. No.
they didn't.
Civil rights happened as a conclusion of the Civil War to address and resolve the issues, so that
the
they
North
didn't go back to
the
war
North
again. Let me
North
correct you.
fight for-
It's not the North. It's not the North. It was the radical Republicans. It was the
Were they
radical
from
Republicans.
the North, bro? I mean,
They were
come
from
on,
everywhere.
you're not giving
They
me
were
any
from
credit
everywhere. They were
from
from
my
everywhere.
knowledge.
They were from everywhere. They were part of the Union, yes. And I'm saying the Union won.
So the North, it was from the North that primarily these things got taken care of. Can we agree?
For civil
Yeah.
rights, that's been an idea that's been there. Let's run with your point, though. We'll say it's the North.
Okay, thank you, because we need to agree on certain
Okay,
factual
but you need
things
to
that I
listen.
know. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
But
Go ahead,
I just want you to make sure you get your idea out so we can press the conversation forward.
Yeah.
Was that it?
My idea is simple. If you pushed an ADOS thing, well, number one, ADOS, as far as I know,
Wait. You're making an ADOS conversation.
Okay,
AD, was that what he was talking about before? Because I didn't see in the beginning.
Okay, so what were we talking about?
He's trying to
Wait,
explain why he doesn't
wait,
think
was he-
AI
was he-
deserves reparations? That's the gist of it.
Oh,
yeah.
That's what you. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, the ADOS versus where I was trying to come in saying if I feel like I'm a Native American, I could show that. But to a certain extent, I was never acknowledged as such. I never even got represented, so now I can say that I have a claim.
No,
And that's my land. You're living on my land at that
that's
point.
not how that. But you still have to be able to enforce that with power. And that, again,
I
already
can't
told
do
you the
that.
whole
I
thing.
can't
Of course
do
you
that,
can't.
and I know
but,
that.
But you're okay. And then we're back to square one. That's how human civilizations work. It's not enough to be right. It's not enough to point to something that occurred. You have to have the power to back that up and support it, which is why we have contracts. And even if you have contracts,
For sure.
you've got to have the ability to enforce and have jurisdiction to provide punishments for that contract should someone breach it.
I would
And that's where
agree on
people
that.
fuck up. I'm just
I
saying
agree with you.
that is still just part of the human
You
condition.
gotta listen for a minute.
I'm saying that's part of the human condition you're highlighting. And it's really not even the issue of what most people who are classified as black here are even talking about when it comes to the reparations conversation. It's really just observing the fact that it's a historical documented event that occurred and there is a debt that's owed. There was laws that are in place on that. And even if you want to sit down and talk about it, the United States is one of those places where everybody knows who's black is as soon as they pick up the phone and got to make a description. There's a reason for that.
There's a particular problem that ends up coming across the path of the conversation. And that is, if I am indeed a Native American that was never included in these talks, these contracts, because my tribe was so small, or I was in the tribe, but we were outside of the political landscape. We were just
Let him finish the thought because it'll never end. Go ahead.
we were just land pickers or whatever. Then the problem in ADOS not only will continue because some people will feel they got left out. However, you have to understand that there are two things there. One is that it would cost $20 trillion, which would put the land in a serious stress point. And number two is the people in Africa sold themselves into slavery. And if you don't think that that's the case, then you can't fully blame the Americans for all of this, because the Arabs were actually involved in these slave trades too,
Okay,
very heavily.
This is something we have already gone through, and this is not talking about the redlining. It's not talking about the racial covenants. It's not talking about the Code Noir. It's not talking about the General Sherman Special Order 50. Fam, we are talking about a specific group of people with a specific justice claim. Frankly, Dub, don't nobody give a goddamn what you're talking about. And in fact, that would turn into an argument that actually Malcolm X was making about turning it into a human rights issue, because the original movement that Tone and all of them were using with the reparations conversation, the goal was to use this as a model to get at everybody that was involved, to include people on the continent, to include people in Europe, but more specifically, because you're talking to people who look at this, the specific families that were responsible for making that happen, because a lot of them are there in power to this day. And then a lot of the older power that had a lot of that in alignment with. We can't have this conversation in good faith with somebody that doesn't know what the Bacon's Rebellion was, that didn't know who the radical Republicans were. You can make a general human condition argument about people will get left out. We know. And it's not doing your perspective or the conversation any justice, because there's nothing constructive coming out of this conversation going over what we already know about the trans-Saharan slave trade, the Arab slave trade. We saw what happened in Dahomey. We saw what happened with all these individual groups of people. We know all of that. We know the Cherokee. We know the Choctaw own people. We know the whole conversation with the Seminoles. We know this. There's nothing positive or constructive that is going to come out of this conversation. Multiplying by zero, stating the obvious. I'm only highlighting the fact that your argument sounds like a class argument that happens within people classified as white, especially those that have to come from the Irish class. And we've heard it, we've seen it, and some people here that are listening right now got people in their family that have heard this since forever.
It doesn't. And my thing is, it doesn't really matter if you know that there are a percentage of people that have been left behind, then why doesn't your little heart burn for those people that have been left behind? Yet these people today in the society of the United States are supposed to be burning so hard for the slaves. I mean,
you're making a goofy argument off of what people should do, and I'm gonna just say
no,
this: if you
I'm
can't,
asking
you
a
are. If you
serious
can't help,
question,
if
brother.
you can't help yourself, you can't help anybody else.
Exactly.
Bro,
And that's the
it's
bottom line. That's the
If you
bottom
can't,
line.
I agree with that. I can agree with that. No problem.
In other words,
Rael's up. Go ahead, Charles.
This
Rael
is
came
a
up.
situation of hold your own nuts, okay? Because when we fought for shit, everybody else was in the closet. LGBT, Asians, Hispanics, everybody. Everybody. But now, when any time a black person is about to get something or even just talks about getting something, what about us? Fuck you. Because when y'all once again, if you appear to be white, the sky's the limit. If you appear to be black, the limit's been the sky.
That's not true.
Now tell me about how it feels to be black, motherfucker. Go
Tell
ahead.
me how it feels to be white, bro.
Well, guess what? I'm sorry. If you failed at being white, that's a waste of whiteness.
Go ahead.
Exactly. Oh wow. And I said the same thing for you.
We're going in a circle here. And again,
Yeah.
bro,
Hold on,
you're
hold on,
making
hold
a
on,
class
hold on.
argument,
Hold on.
and it's just gonna get disrespectful after this point.
No,
Rael, go ahead.
No,
Rael, go
okay.
ahead.
I know I won't get disrespect.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead.
Is this dude claiming that he's Native American?
What he is he's an individual that he's from that lower class. He's from that lower class environment.
I just want to know the answer to that question.
Yes.
He's claiming that he's Native American.
Yes.
Okay. So based on that, from what the history, the official history, or the accepted history has suggested, is that there were Native Americans who own black people. So are you saying black people shouldn't address those people for reparations?
Ooh.
No, it's our land. It's our land, bro. I mean, I don't know how you got over here, but somehow we got over some slaves or something. Whatever. It wasn't my fault. Don't
you really leaning in on that. You really leaning in on
because
that.
I mean, I asked him that shit because I know he's full of shit.
Yeah.
I know he's full of shit.
My next question is,
Hold on.
wait a minute.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Wait. Before you go, I have a question. Since it is your land, how come you're not going after white people for stealing all your land?
He got a conflict of interest. I thought he was Irish.
There ain't nothing that I could do about all that. Well, I got a mix in me, and if you don't think you do, I got a mix in me, and if you don't think
hold on. Before I came on here, you were talking about how black people should stick up for other people whose hearts are burning and all this other shit. You were just saying.
What did I say exactly?
You were talking about how
why doesn't your small heart burn?
To paraphrase, right. And as soon, hold on. And
I didn't hear that because somebody else.
That's what you said.
Again, they interrupted.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
What did I say exactly?
To paraphrase, you said that black people should have basically a burning heart in their place for other people who have been done wrong. That's paraphrase.
Be nice.
Sure. Yeah. Right. I can admit that.
Okay. And then as soon as I talked about so-called Native Americans owning black people as slaves and black people getting reparations, you threw that shit right out the window immediately.
No, because
yes, you did.
Native Americans never brought slaves.
That should be a yes or no. That should be a yes or no.
Native Americans
Are you against slavery? Hold on.
You don't like the answer.
As a concept, are you against slavery?
No, not entirely. No.
Oh boy.
Okay. So you're for slavery.
And not entirely. I said not entirely.
But you're for it then. Make that concession. Go ahead.
Doesn't mean I'm for it.
Okay, hold on. So if you're for it, if you're for it, then why are you talking about what white people did to you if you're for it? You lost.
No, I never said I was for it. Okay.
Either you're for it or you're against it, man. We're grown men up here. It's a yes or no question.
Okay, so are you? So hold up.
No.
No,
You're not going to ask me. You're not going to ask me a question. I ask you a specific question based on your rhetoric.
Biblically, your answer is no. So
I don't want to hear
answer.
about it. Hold on, you're Native. Hold on, you're Native. Hold on, Native American. You said you're Native American. Y'all ain't Christian.
I am now.
Man, get the fuck out of here,
bruh. Then how you gonna cherry pick? How you gonna cherry pick the institution, man? Listen. And this is really what we're talking about, man. We're trying to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you just don't know. But after a certain point,
this shit is too easy, man.
Bruh, there's gotta be a certain bar you put on how much bullshit you take from people coming over here doing backflips on nothing.
You're on my land, homie. You're on my land.
No,
you don't even practice your religion, bro. What are you talking about?
You probably don't even got that part right. If we have an understanding of what's going on with the Mississippi for real.
Gentlemen.
Nah, man. AB, you let him come up.
He's the gift that keeps on giving. See, here's the problem with ignorance. And it's every time you hear this, when people talk about what black people need, everybody else got their goddamn hands out.
Yep.
Every time.
First of all, in the words of Paul Mooney, that's a waste of white skin. If you can't make it in America, man, white. Sorry.
That is true.
I'm sorry. Can't feel sorry for you because guess what? If the black guy who has the foot of the American system on his fucking neck 24/7, 7 days a week, is somehow making it, guess what? Nah, he's from the I guess my Native American is from the Slapaho tribe or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Art did ask a good question. Which tribe are you from?
Blackfoot.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
You want to come smell my feet, brother? You want to come smell my feet?
No, you're not.
Okay,
I promise you, you're not.
Yeah, you know he's
I
from.
promise you, you're not.
Why?
I promise you, you're not.
Why? Just why?
He's related to Chief Big Dumbass.
Hold on. First of all, let's be clear, bro. What's this white dude named Flecker? There was a reclassification of who was who. Okay.
I said that earlier. Wait, Ryle, did you hear what I said earlier? Because I literally broke all of that down.
No, okay. I didn't hear that.
Just so you know, I broke all of that down with the Dawes rolls and how these motherfuckers don't even got to deal with the quanta, how you had the bureau and all of that, and how it was all bullshit. So that's why
you just dropped something in our group like about this. You know what I'm saying? Paper genocide. Like you just talked about this shit. So
we were just.
Come on.
Bruh,
come on, dude. Like
he was over here trying to make the art, and Charles said it before. The moment we look like we're trying to organize to get something, everybody's fine with being in their position as long as they're ahead of us, and that's all it boils down to. That's all this has ever been about.
But let me say this. Look, and this is for any whitey and any stupid Negroes listening. Y'all not dealing with black people with a 6th grade education. Not to say there's anything wrong with black people who have 6th grade education, because some of those were some very wise people, but they didn't have access to the information that we have. Y'all are dealing with black people who have an immense power that we didn't have for a long time, and that's access to boatloads of information that we can get at the press of a button on a phone. And if y'all get on these panels, man, talking that BS, man, you gonna get yourself embarrassed, man. Like you are going to really, y'all better stop playing with black people. Those days is over with. That the black people who was humble and just smiled and shucked and jived to try to get through, we ain't them.
Not even close.
No, we will. No, you will get curb stomped out here, bro. Like this is not a game for us. This is trying to figure out who's who and what's what. Seeing what this black politician over here who's cosplaying black, but then you look at their background, it's Jamaican. Then you look at their background, it's Haitian. And then they're doing everything to help their folks, but don't help black people. Because the truth of the matter is, none of these groups of people that's cosplaying black can get into office without black people, FBA, ADOS, whatever you want to call it, can get in office without our vote. And if we put you in that position, you better do our bidding. We're not doing that anymore. We're not fighting everybody's battles anymore. We got sidetracked, we got distracted, we got all emotional because it's funny that the very people who are constantly trying to get black people to be so emotional about racist white, if white people are so racist, if America is such a racist country, why they keep trying to get your illegal asses up over here all the time? If it's such a bad place to be in,
Well, y'all try
why
to
y'all
fight
keep
the
trying to
state
come
here.
over here? Y'all telling us that we shouldn't do business with white folks. We shouldn't deal with white folks. But y'all can't get the white folks fast enough. Y'all love to be smiling up in these white folks' face. Yeah, and then telling us that when we have a Booker T, we can't do it.
Hold on, let me get in for a minute. Now, class, let's just call a spade a spade. What y'all just experienced is what we call a $5 Indian.
Now, according to him, it was $2. Go ahead.
I don't think
I was
that
thinking more like 2 cents, but okay.
That motherfucker don't equate to bus fare. Okay. See, this is the part where.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Charles.
This is the part where piggybacking off of Ryo's statement. You're in a space where motherfuckers been debating all kinds of subject matter for over a decade.
Yes.
You're not dealing with the mom and pop's average Negro. There's a plethora of intellectual prowess in this bitch. You could come over here and say, I gotta feel sorry for you. My son gotta eat before you. Fuck you. And that's why I said 2026, black people, black men in particular, should have a fuck you doctrine. We should have our own version of the Monroe Doctrine. Fuck you, stay out of black folks' business.
Period.
Political
That's why.
Mandalorianism.
Period.
Exactly.
And
Well,
we're back
fuck you.
again. We're back again to what I said fundamentally. The idea that everyone is fine with wherever they're at so long as they feel comfortable enough that they're ahead of black men. So long as that is the case, there's no problem. And the moment you make any motion out of that, there is every effort, conscious, subconscious, overt, covert, every angle you can imagine to either convince you to slow down and tone yourself down and move back, or to make you fall back. And it's this weird guilt trip bullshit I'm seeing, man, which is why I said, and I'm going to just highlight this, man. We operate like trees because it's in our nature to give. And if anybody doesn't understand that, you've never been around black folks, black men especially, man. Really, it's a black folks thing. We give. But the thing is, when you're in a position of scarcity, we're like palm trees, man. We don't need much water. But that water we need. And if we don't get what we need so that we can take care of ourselves, there's nobody else is going to get taken care of. We coined that whole thing, I got to get mine, so I'm going to take yours. And what people haven't understood is that they get more if they just shut their damn mouth. And if you see that whole situation with the ADOS crash out, what happened, if people had left well enough alone, for example, on that could have progressed into other things and tools and case law that could have been armbarred to get even more money.
Right.
But people aren't taking the time to take the step back and see that bigger picture, because you see these same individuals who should have benefited on paper rappelling in from the ceiling to run the interference. And now we're learning that they were part of a specific political ideology, that they had certain countries backing them up in their education and doing that they had whole separate agendas to try to hijack and take the actual productive aspects of what a lot of folks were doing in this hemisphere and hijack it, put logic bombs in it and have it self-destruct in specific certain segments that leave it wide open for other groups to exploit and then call it equality. It's
intellectual sabotage.
It's how we get goofy terms like person of color, which isn't saying anything. So, if you can understand that, just whoever's listening, that the problem is the moment you move forward without someone's permission, that it starts to make everyone else uncomfortable. When you have that understanding, you can understand what it's meant to say, or the idea of unapologetically doing for self, so that you can decide who else you'll do for if you should decide to do so, which is what this boils down to. So even if it comes to the reparation argument, if some people are left behind, so what? And what?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I don't give a shit. To be honest, I think that black people have given the world way more than it is deserving of what we have given them. We gave enough.
Yep.
Yeah,
We gave enough.
Yep. Yep.
Period. Like we ain't got to get nobody nothing else. Like any debt that we owed on a cosmic level, we done paid that shit.
No, that's
and then some.
That's
It's over with. So
you're time to cash
no.
out on this interest now, fam.
Nah, it's a wrap on that. Y'all
Like
can forget that.
like I've said it before. Like I've said it before. Look, I got a hold your own nuts scenario. I don't care. You have the ability to literally clean yourself up and put on a suit. Nobody knows your background. Could you tell that fucking JD Vance came from the fucking slums?
Nope.
No.
So guess what? When I talked about that boys will be boys, age of adolescence shit that white boys are allowed to be, to get basically saying in a court of law you give it a second chance or less or a fifth of the sentence you'll get. That's the difference. You can clean yourself up. And the world, if you got a buddy who's rich, or you just have if you're in a bar or wherever you go, and you run into a fucking rich guy who loves you, you're great because you represent whiteness personified.
Yes.
Hey, Charles, you struck gold right there. You know that, right?
What's that?
That's social proofing he's talking about.
No. If JD Vance could do it, why can't you? Where would
Yeah.
they have that argument?
Oh.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Because I've told people a lot of this. Paul Mooney said it best, but people looked at it as a joke, but I looked at it as a goddamn it, that's not true. That's a waste of white skin. I can't feel sorry for you if you have an advantage. First of all, I'm going to just say this. I understand we're doing this for content, and, dumbasses are the gifts that keep on giving. But this is how you shut down the conversation, and you know who you're talking to. Remember that one question I asked where he should have just got dropped down? The one question I asked, do you think whiteness is an advantage in America? And he said no.
He said no.
He was
That's the end of
deflecting.
it right
He
there.
was deflecting. He was deflecting.
That's why I said it was moot, man. And I didn't know if y'all wanted him up here because he was talking with y'all earlier.
He originally came up here. I didn't know. We didn't know who he was, and I asked him. I saw the name Dub. I was like, okay, who are you? He's like, I'm a man. I was like, okay, and I was actually playing something else when he came up. So
Yeah.
And the thing
excuse me, nameless.
Wait
a minute.
So go ahead, Lou. Go ahead, Lou.
And he accomplished his fucking goal, honestly. In the words of Gus T. Renegade again, he wasted our time. And that's what white supremacists do.
That's what I was trying to avoid, fam, because I didn't see where the moot points were adding up to anything constructive. I tried to dead it, but I didn't know if he was here for another reason and y'all invited him up or whatever. But
I think also too that we need to keep in mind too that with these types of people, there are also black people who will sit there and hobnob with these types of people as well. And we need to be very cognizant of those types of people. Like at the end of the day, man, like I want our group to thrive. That's just the bottom line. Like we've displayed, like there's nobody in the world, whether it's India, China, Japan, Africa, the Caribbean, that has the story that we do in such a short period of time. When you go back to the post slavery and the Reconstruction era, talking about 1868 to about 1930s, inventions, economic institutions, schools. I mean, you name it.
Modernizing.
I mean, the world is operating off the Black Americans' technology, not the white man's technology. No, the Black Americans' technology is what
Wait,
has.
Rael. Wait, Rael. It's Black America's technology, white America's patents. There we are. Shout out to Complex. Go ahead.
Come on. So the truth of the matter is that, you know, the world wouldn't be. We had Japanese, Indians, Chinese going to Tuskegee at one point in the United States. Okay, y'all, they needed to come to us to learn. We had George Washington Carver. Nobody else had George Washington Carver except black people. So let's be clear.
Yeah, hold on. Let's let Art Newstall get in because I'm sure he has school in
Well,
the
wait,
morning.
Namer had a point he wanted to say real quick, and then let Art jump on.
No, actually, let Art go because I understand you had something to say to me, Nameless, but that can wait. Let Art go first.
What's up, Art?
Go ahead, Art.
What's going on, people? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you, fam.
Okay, good evening, I guess. Wow, it's late. This is what I've been saying for a while. Like, this goes all the way back to a lot of stuff that, Dr. Francis Quest Welding were teaching us, Neely Fuller, and so on. It's getting into the point to where to white folks and that gentleman that was up there, by us not letting him be dominant is discrimination against white men. They feel that they need to be on top. If they're not on top, then you're not letting them be who he's supposed to be, quote unquote. It falls. And then if you look at it, I was talking about this before, it ties into this thing about affirmative action and all this kind of stuff. So what they're doing is, okay, well, if I'm being passed over for something that I know I don't deserve, but I usually get it, then I'm being discriminated against.
Right.
So all these different jobs that don't require degrees and all that kind of stuff, they're all lining up for their white degenerates to take over in that part. Because usually we're used to the Newt Gingriches and the Trent Lotts and all those people that went to these colleges or whatever, but their offsprings are degenerates. So a lot of them are still sitting at home, like, eating pizza and watching TV or playing games and not really doing much. But yet they've been promised the world. So if you notice, a lot of these people that are in office are dying in office. They're like 80 years old, 90, because people like that dude that came up on the panel, that's the one that's supposed to be taking over. But obviously, these guys would rather die in office and give him the position. So this is where we're at right now, where they're appealing for us to feel sorry for them for not being ruling over us. That if you roll it back, you can hear it, and then he has to play victim behind that. So long as he can play victim for not being the white man over whoever, black, whatever, then basically they're going to get what they get. So last night, and I ended at this. So what we're looking at right now is going to be a lot of white folks getting a lot of high positions without even going to college, but still ruling over non-white people. That's the goal. I don't know if they'll pull it off, but that dude he really fits that description. So anybody want to comment on that?
So Art, so it's basically he sees this as his blood right.
Yeah, that's his birth. Exactly, that's his birthright. But if we're taking his birthright away from him, we're not kissing his ass and putting him in this place, then he's a victim.
Yeah, because we're going against the laws of nature in their view. Yeah.
Yeah.
This reminds me of my grandfather.
Hold on, wait a minute. So basically, I guess I went against the laws of nature. I kicked him out of my panel and out of my chat.
You just discriminated against him.
This reminds me of my grandfather, God rest his soul. He said, you know what? The black man invented the light bulb, white man invented the electric bill.
Yep.
And the only thing white people truly were successful in inventing was the patent office so they could steal your shit.
It's funny when as soon as you tell them, well, what do I get? Fuck you. Like I'm not afraid to tell you, fuck you. Go fight for. Let me put it to you this way: do what we had to do for 150 years. Fight for your shit. Now you're just mad because everybody in the world is now getting treated like a nigga. Eat it.
And keep in mind, you guys, reparation is not just something like how can I say? It's not something like just money or whatever. It's a symbol. It represents a symbol. Hello.
Yeah. All right, all right.
Go ahead.
Why is it that every time I show up on a panel and it's you, me, and Charles, we're having a reparations conversation on somebody?
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that our very first conversation we ever had?
Yeah, we had articles and charts.
I think Arda Ibmore was up here, and that's he's the only one missing. Arda Ibmore was up here. Man,
yeah, because that reparations to white folks and I guess non-black people, it's a symbol of us either pushing one of those demographics below us, and we don't even know how much reparations we would get if it would come. But in their mind, they thinking there's millions of dollars making us rich and they're all having mansions and doing whatever we want to do, and they're going to be on the bottom. They're panicking whenever that word comes up. So that's what that guy. I'm telling you. I mean, I'm glad, AB, you have a good clip. So if you can clip that little conversation, that can be studied. That's a study.
That's why I said that everybody was comfortable with their position, so long as relative to us, they were ahead in a general sort of broad sense, and specifically black men. And we saw a lot of that attitude really express itself. But my concern was the unapologetic, I want to use the word ignorance, but I don't think it was ignorance. There needs to be another word to describe this, because I don't think it was disingenuous either. I think this is really the way he's wired, because I've seen other people behave this
Cognitive
way.
dissonance?
I don't know if it's part of the culture. Is it dissonance at that point? You
That's
see what
kind
I'm
of
saying?
why I let him back up and let him go for a while, because I was like, I kind of want people to see what these white people are on.
Well, let me give you an example. I've dealt with some of this even at work. There's these white women that were on the exact same type of time he's on. And it's as if when they recognize somebody that is supposed to be on the same wavelength that they're on, and you don't sync up with them emotionally and being upset at the same things they're upset at for the same reasons.
Right.
It's as if you've portrayed some sort of deep code of conditioning that makes you non-human, and so it gives them an open license to not only start attacking you, but to run that plantation.exe attitude. It's just interesting to observe, watching it switch on and off in real time. And when you listen to this dude talk, he doesn't sound any different than most people that you see who do these street interviews and these little clips, who pretty much say the exact same thing. They're reacting to arguments that may have been made back during really their counter Marxist arguments that they probably just heard their favorite radio personality say, and they rehash, and it sounds good to them in the bubble that they're in the social circle that they have, and they recycle it with no critical thinking and no real world application that matters, because no one is having the hardline conversation of, number one, if you look at us, if you want to have the reparations argument, if you want to have the us having something argument, I can't think of any other group of men who have been in every single conflict in this country from day one, square one, free and otherwise, and asked for nothing but what was already written down on the contract.
Hey, Nameless, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead,
tell me
Fred.
if you agree with me. Look, he was essentially wasting time. He knows the history of what his people have done, and it's a natural reaction of the fear of, if we get what's owed to us, the fear is if we get power, we would do to them what they did to us.
Yes.
That's a natural fear.
You hit on something that I was going to hit on. Okay. When black men got
Do
the
I owe
right to
you a
vote.
royalty check, Rael, for that then?
No,
Yeah,
you good, man.
that's
You
what
good.
that's what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing was talking about in the ISIS papers with that entire concept of fear of a black planet. And
well,
yeah, go ahead, Rael. Go.
Well, hold on. So
And y'all hit my
we're
cash
con- we're
before the show.
we're
Go ahead, Ryan.
constantly running up on these white dudes in particular, because we can even go back to when Kevin was here.
Right.
Rest in peace to him. When he checked that white chick on Fresh and Fit, and the visceral response that we saw from a lot of these white dudes in the white manosphere. Now, many celebrated, but there was a large contingent of those who really hated him checking that white chick the way he did. And to me, it was proof that these dudes don't have these females in check the way that it's pushed across. Like when the notion of patriarchy is pushed across the board, many people, many non-black people like to use white guys as the centerpiece of this notion. But then you got to go back to when we got the right to vote. This was a fear that many of these suffragists put into, these racist white boys in the South, and was basically saying, like, if they get power, they're going to do to your daughters what you did to theirs, type thing. And so this drove a lot of the Jim Crow and the black codes and all of these types of things. And so the same dudes who gave their women power to undermine us, because that's what a lot of that stuff was about, the 19th Amendment. Because anytime you bring in new people into the voting system, it's going to dilute the power of other people in the system. Now, if you're a majority, it's not really going to affect you as much, but it will affect you in terms of, like, if you're not in that particular position like that, because then you're going to constantly be jockeying against them. This is why this illegal immigration stuff with the Hispanics in particular was such a problem for black people, because they had the numbers to actually outposition us politically. And so this has been something that they have been doing to black men politically. Now, when they were in a superior position, or when they were getting theirs, they didn't have no problem with the system. It was only when they started getting left out, then they wanted to come with this, hey brother, we need to stick together, and because the elites and stuff like this. And it's like, you've been with these folks the whole time. Now all of a sudden you got a grievance, but you use your woman to fight us, which is cowardly. And now you coming to us for a grievance, like we're supposed to lend you a hand. No, I've said this numerous times. Unless you're putting something on the table tangible, what are you willing to give up as white men so that black men can step up? If you're not putting something tangible on the table for black men, I don't want to hear a grievance. I don't want to hear fake solidarity, the man, the system. I don't want to hear none of that. Like, you're fake, you're only out for yourself, and you want to try to use black people, specifically black men, in the way that y'all been using black people in terms of the civil rights stuff. The truth of the matter is, civil rights didn't just do stuff for black people. Civil rights allowed white women to step up. It allowed other groups of people to step up. It didn't just benefit black people, which even Ann Coulter said it wasn't for other people except black people. So the truth of the matter is, everybody has benefited off of the black struggle more than black
Y'all got
people.
co-opted.
Yeah,
I'm gonna add something. I'm gonna add something to Rael, so if I can.
Go ahead, Art.
And we all, I mean, I can definitely guarantee that most of us. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, you're good.
No, I think some people are lagging. That's all.
Okay, I can almost guarantee that we all watched a lot of cartoons, movies, where every time there is a white hero, there is a black sidekick. Do y'all recall that? Even down to the Lone Ranger, to some of the Chuck Norris movies,
Jack Benny show.
Or they had that one black person like 18 with the B.A. Baracus.
Always
It's
got to be the
something.
white head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got to be a black sidekick, and I'm looking at that. What Raya was saying, as far as the white man needing us to be somewhat in a position, but in a lower part. And the thing is that even though that's TV, it becomes our reality more and more because we're buying into it. Shoot, if it was up to them, they would have made Robin black also.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I'm
Actually,
looking
they
at
were
another
going to.
dimension. I'm looking at another dimension with this whole deportation thing and the whole FBA and delineation and all that kind of stuff, and how we go back to Tucker Carlson and that other dude, Fishback. And I was kind of seeing it brewing.
Jay Fishback, yeah.
It might brew even more, but it looks like if you go in with the political persuasion when it comes to the white people and liberal and conservative or whatever, it looks like they're pushing the immigrants to the left and the black Americans to the right. That's what it looks like. It looks like when, as far as white folks are concerned, it looks like they're sort of like do this whole come
Using
on,
us as a
buddy, come along
utility?
with us. Yeah, in a way, like help us fight our fight. Because back then they were in a way of trying to choose which one they're going to be, quote unquote, accepted. And it seems like now, as far as these white males, I think they just want to go back to the good old days where black men knew their place and they can call us boy and the N word and we don't say nothing. So I
Just
think
like
they
in the
really
book Color Monitors.
damn near. Yeah, I got that book. Yeah, but that's what they. I think that's what they really trying to push without saying it. I don't know if you guys see it, but I really see a lot of the foreign stuff being pushed to the left with this deportation and I'm gonna fight for you and as long as you vote and all that kind of stuff, we would take care of you. And then you have people on the right sort of like saying, okay, you remember the good old days when we were fighting in wars in the civil rights time and in Vietnam and all that. And, we were all Americans and then you have your Ann Coulters, you know what I'm saying? Because it just seems like they're split. They're helping to split in a way, but at the same time to their advantage.
Oh
yeah. I don't know if you guys see it or not.
Let me say two things.
Just a moment. Excuse me. Just a moment before anybody continues.
Let Namus go. Go ahead.
I want to say two things because I got to get ready to bounce. And I meant to say this earlier. Number one, and Charles, you may remember this. ICE originally began as a pilot that launched off in the DMV and specifically in Prince William County. And I can tell you firsthand, I was there experiencing what happened. And the way it happened there is the way I'm seeing it happen roll out there. Before ICE was ICE, it was a pilot program here in the DMV. And what ended up occurring, and I got to give you a slight bit of context so you can understand this, because I think this, again, fundamentally boils down to what it always boils down to at the end of the day, which is money. There was a clause in the Maryland residency law where if you had a residence for more than, I think, 4 months, you could get a walker's ID. And that walker's ID qualified as a government document, regardless of where you were from. It was called the walker's ID clause. So what was beginning to happen is a lot of people were coming in illegally from El Salvador at the time. And we're talking 96 to 2000.
She tried 2010. Well,
I didn't say it stopped then. I'm saying
Oh,
that was
no,
the
no.
pilot for
Yeah.
I'm speaking specifically about the window where the ICE pilot was
Oh,
going
yeah,
down.
yeah,
I
yeah.
got to go a little bit before it was so you can see why it was tested and where I was at in the DMV. It was because of the Maryland Walker ID clause.
Oh, yeah.
So as a result of that, what you had was people were coming in from El Salvador and Bolivia, and a lot of those individuals were members of MS-13. And I can tell you that unlike the DC area, in the DMV, you did have gang presence there, but it was by and large a lot of people who were from Philly and New York that were moving down into that region, starting sets out there.
And most of our neighborhood, just neighborhood shit.
Right. It wasn't anything, and this is important to contextualize it because you didn't have this generations long, super deep OGs really pushing heavyweight with connections out there like that, because DC just didn't have gangs. They had neighborhoods. But the DMV in particular, those areas around DC, there was nobody there that really had a strong foothold. So the police departments out there, they were used to a particular kind of situation. And especially places like Prince William County, their whole thing was trying to get parity with Arlington and Fairfax, because they're some of the most expensive counties in the world, or really in the world, yeah, but in the country, in the world also. And so what was holding it back is the fact that you had a lot of people who worked in DC with high salaries, but lived outside of DC because of the cheaper cost of living. And so it was a really mixed environment down there. And what ended up happening is as people got out of Maryland, that Walker ID, they also started moving into Northern Virginia in that region as well. They had access to the metro so they could get to DC and they could get to Maryland vicariously. As a result of this, the level of straight up crime that was organized, we saw things we'd never seen before.
Violence.
People would get shot on occasion where I was at. It was largely people who came from the hood that went to where we were at in that outer region and then turned it into the hood. Well, they got to meet people who did crazy stuff like show up in U-Hauls with 6 people hopping out with automatics to get at somebody to take over a certain territory. People just were not used to dealing with that type of organization, like low-key paramilitary type of things going on. And it was bad. And it got to the point where Prince William County Police got so overwhelmed, they started begging for help. And it started happening all throughout all these other areas. And it got to the point where they started testing out this program that they wanted to try. And everything I see ICE doing now is exactly what they did in the DMV. They would even do things such as stop people, and depending on what you look like, they would ask you for your birth certificate. Not your ID, your birth certificate. And it got to a point, and this is how it finally ended up slowing down, at least where I was at. My brother, for example, he's lighter. He's extremely light. God, I can't think of no. He look like Busy Bone. So he's got his hair texture that's similar to that too. So people can mistake him for being Latino until you hear him talk. So he would get pulled over and stopped by police constantly, and they would ask him for his birth certificate. And he's not walking around with his birth certificate. He's like, "What you mean birth certificate?" And it was just hemming him up. And it would have to be that my mom would have to walk down and pull him out. And 9 times out of 10, the moment they saw my mom, they was like, "Oh, okay." They didn't ask for no paperwork. They just saw what she looked like. So you know what time it was. And I'm going to remind you of something. The black population there was much higher as far as historically from the 80s all the way up. Tons of black folks in this area. When that situation started happening with the Walker ID, black businesses almost evaporated overnight. And so I think it's like that to this day still, really. It's probably worse now than it was in the early 2000s and the 90s.
It's worse now because they get a lot of the government money to start businesses.
I got something to say on that too, because that's partially our fault too. But the point is, the reason why a lot of that slowed down, and I had to bring up the business conversation first, is because it was the actual Spanish business class that got them out. Some of them started graduated from George Mason University. They formed an organization, and what they would do is, since they were arresting people out of nowhere, they would go to the churches, and anybody that had a family member that was caught up, you called a number, and they were all set aside a set amount of money to go down, bail them out, and then they would put a ping on the chief of police out there. And every time it was a false arrest or one that ended up not being valid, they was pinging his record every single time. And within 6 months, they completely changed that program and turned it completely around and got it up out of there. And it's so frustrating because in that same area, the stop and frisk crap with DC was going on as well. And we didn't see that same level of cooperation coming from our demographic out there that we saw with other groups of people as far as that's concerned. But at the same time, nobody was complaining about it but us. So I'm highlighting this to show you this pattern over and over and over and over and over again.
In other words, we're the beta test.
Well, no, I'm giving you an example of what this program is designed to do. The bottom line was we were never the problem. That's the point I'm making. We weren't the reason why the real estate value was too low for Prince William County to compete with Arlington and Fairfax. Other groups of people moving in doing craziness was. And every time we get this example, when you start pulling the rock up and seeing where the problems are actually coming from, it's usually not us when it comes to something infrastructurally speaking. And it hasn't been us when you compare us to everyone else that shows up here relative to what we contribute. So when we ask for questions like, where are these subsidies going that's supposed to go towards these other businesses? And we can point to all these other businesses that are speaking anything but English getting them. And we're sitting here asking what's going on, and we get told it's on the way. There's a problem. There's a problem. It's a big reason why in DC right now it's costing you damn near a freaking video game system to get a haircut. I'm exaggerating. I remember when they were $15. I remember when they were $15. Folks is out here talking about some 100-something plus. I'm like, bruh, it's a fade. What?
I paid $40 for mine, but yeah.
Yeah, it's goofy.
Yeah, I'm thinking some of that. I'm thinking some of that illegal immigration stuff is actually a way to bring in people to actually purposely lower the market, that lower the
real estate
homeownership.
value. Yeah.
I think it's actually used in that way as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just did the story. Nameless, I wish I was making this up. A group of anti-ICE protesters and Don Lemon, yes, that Don Lemon, stormed a church and interrupted the service yesterday. It was yesterday now, but interrupted the morning service of a church because evidently the pastor was pro-ICE. I'm like, this is madness. What are these people doing?
No, that's
and don't get me wrong. I get it. If you don't like ICE, I get that. But you're storming churches now and harassing hotels now. What are y'all doing?
There's a bigger reason behind that, man. It's got nothing to do with ICE or them or none of that. It's, again, highlighting the money conversation. The bigger question people need to be asking is, what else is going on?
Yeah.
Let me finish the thought, because this is a big piece here. Look at what's happening in the hemisphere. I keep bringing this word up. What's going on in the hemisphere, and look at who they're targeting. If you see who's being addressed and who's being targeted and where they're from and what's happening in those places right now as we speak and what is in demand at the moment, the pieces will start putting themselves together. I will derail and go beyond the scope of what I intend to, but that's all I'll say to that, AB Media, and I beseech you to look into that a little bit deeper.
Before anyone continues, if you can bring up LAP SWAT's last comment, please, AB.
Let's see.
Oh, Tonto.
No, not that one.
Hold on, wait a minute.
I'll tell you
His last donation. His last donation.
His last donation.
Oh, you forgot. Yeah, you forgot the ad. Also, you're supposed to. He says here, thank you, LAPD SWAT, for the $5 again. He says, practice AAD, access area denial, set boundaries, and block number one enemy, pale lib. Everybody else does.
Here's the craziness about it is this. When you look at it, I'm glad Nameless brought up MS-13. MS-13 is a motherfucker because you have it in like how many countries? Minimal 13.
They're everywhere, man. It's
They're
crazy.
everywhere, but they're based out of main 13 countries. When they come here to the Baltimore area, and you got to deal with such heightened violence. See, it's one thing to have your regular gang or neighborhood, whatever badasses. When you're dealing with a South American cartel, Central American cartel, that's a motherfucker to deal with. Because you're going against people who have ties to insert this country's military here. Insert this country's, including the United States. Think about it. How many motherfuckers who go to these gangs and they just came out.
Hold on a second.
Hold
on a second. Never, Charles. No, there's a wait, please. Charles, are you sure you're not getting the MS-13 mixed up with Los Zetas?
No,
we're talking about MS-13, dog.
But we said military and everything. That sounds more like the Los Zetas.
No,
I could be wrong.
MS-13.
Let him finish.
Man, yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay.
In other words, you're dealing with training, you're dealing with organization. These people have decades of trafficking, decades of drug smuggling. So you don't think that all these people coming up to the border are just coming to live a better life in America. No. Where do you think most of your drugs come from? From those fucking mules. Yeah, you're going to get some on ships. But, they lock down a lot of them ships. But those little ingredients. And you're coming up 100 a time, bust in. Shit. Some of them you might get on a ship or two, but you're not gonna get the $1 billion or millions of dollars of drugs on the ships like you usually do. Once in a while you do. But a lot of them motherfuckers, boy, you get them in your country. Look what they did in Colorado. Take over a goddamn. Think about this. The first thing they did, once they got enough numbers and weaponry, take over an apartment complex and start storing them for money.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, how many countries give up their best and brightest to come to another one? There's many governors and government officials who were giving these motherfucking stipends and buses up to this goddamn country. And when you notice, they don't compete against the high white people. They compete against you.
Yep.
You get outbidded.
That's why I cringe when I see these black people. The film, we need to protect illegal immigrants. I'm like, you idiot, you're protecting your own damn replacements. But anyway.
Yeah, I gotta get ready to bounce. Naima, we'll talk later. That was pretty much the main point I wanted to highlight with you. Just to kind of give you some context on ICE and just highlight that there's a bigger contextual sort of thing going on that is
much
an
appreciated.
open secret. You know what I'm saying? And maybe I'll sit down and do some long form content and spell some more of that out. But yeah, there's a lot going on. It's worth sort of reading between the lines when it comes when it comes to this. It's definitely technocratic in nature.
Hey, we can talk after the chat, man. After the stream, I'll try to call you later, okay?
Oh, we'll talk later because I gotta go past the fuck. It's 1 a.m., bro. I'm zombie mode now.
No problem.
Yeah, we're gonna shut down a little bit because I gotta go to bed too.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Everybody got to work it.
AB, thanks for having me up, man. And it's good calling and chugging, man. Y'all have a good rest of your night.
Always a pleasure. Hit me up, Nameless. It's funny. We had a Ryo, Nameless, Dodger Faulkner, Art New Style, Louis. God damn, we got all the heavy hitters on a Sunday night.
Yeah, I had my second white supremacist. I remember that first one. He came in, used the N word. We let him talk for a little bit. Then he eventually said that he liked to date black women. So I asked the obvious question. I was like, wouldn't that? Well, it's late. I can say, wouldn't that make you a nigger lover? I'm just saying.
That reminds me of that Dave Chappelle skit.
Oh, he's like, oh, come on, man. I like black people.
Clayton Bigsby. Don't come.
It reminds me of the Dave Chappelle skit.
Yeah, Clayton Bigsby.
You know, he divorced his wife because he said she was a nigga lover.
Clayton Bigsby. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah. I remember when he brought, was it like, if y'all remember Inside the Actor Studio, when he did his interview after leaving the Chappelle show?
Mm-hmm.
And he got the host got a chance to speak to Clayton Bigsby after, the whole interview and realizing he was black and everything. And we did that bit. That was kind of funny as hell.
Oh man, but I'll never forget. He took that hood off, and that white dude.
Everybody lost it. Everybody lost it because it's
like no. Yeah, that was some funny shit.
It was some funny as shit, because it was. I mean, just the fact. And remember, like, what was it? Some of the people who were part of his inner circle, they knew he was black, but they had to protect him for everything. His handler, the guy who had to drive him everything. Because remember, Bigsby's black, and his wife is blind, just like his wife is blind. How was she supposed to know she married a black man? He went to an all-white blind institution in the South.
He was like, oh my God, when he said white power, and them fucking rednecks came up to the truck. He was like, oh, we got a Negro here. Where is he? Where is he? And I like,
How about like when he listened, like when at the stop sign, at the stoplight, all these wiggers in the car next to him, start cussing them out, calling the N-words and everything. Next day, like, oh shit, we are. Like they got their nigger car, their nigger pass and everything. Get the fuck out of here. That was funny, but
I was like, oh shit. That was classic. You'll never get that type of comedy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That the Keep It Real segments, Black Bush, which was actually a salute to the Richard Pryor show when he was like the black, a black Richard Nixon. Mm-hmm. Charlie Murphy's E True Hollywood Stories.
Charlie Murphy. Yeah, fellas, it's that time, and I gotta go.
All right.
I like to thank everybody that came through. This is AB Media A3, and I'm out. Peace. Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.